Matt? Just pass it out. After this resolution, I'd like a motion to divert so we can hear from SWA.
I thought they were already on here.
We called them remember we called them, I scheduled them to come to talk about the rental. Is Hawkeye, is Kim coming?
I'm messaging her.
Okay. They're on the agenda, but there were questions on the rental.
Oh.
There's a lot of concerns, a lot of people calling in about the increase. And that's why I put them on the agenda, kind of as an agenda priority. I guess the diversion would be because they're at the bottom, we need to move them up. Emily, are you going to bring this on as emergency legislation?
Is that the TLE one?
Yeah.
I sure can. Yes, please ask if we could bring it up because we were just preparing for a potential government stuff. Would it be emergency legislation?
Yeah, because it doesn't have a number yet. She's going to grab the book really quick, so give us a minute. She got her book. And while we're waiting for Tanya to come back, I did activate EPP to start this morning because of the Arctic temperatures that are coming, so we could get ahead, get all the people's, just if you want to write it down, the number 747-2444 or 2445 for people that need wood. We will start a propane list, but that will be verified with LEAP, the President and Vice President's office, to see if we've already assisted. A lot of the LEAP orders, I heard from Travis this morning, they should be done with all the propane LEAP orders hopefully by the end of today. But the cold front's going to be getting worse as the day progresses into tomorrow and throughout the weekend. So I activated EPP so we can get assistance out to everyone. Bob's also going to be getting out heaters and plastic if that's needed. And so that number can be called for whatever assistance everyone needs. So I just wanted to let you all know that.
Kathy, number again was 445.
No, that's one of them. It's 747-2444 and 747-2445. Totes.
Good morning, everyone. A couple meetings ago, you said you were gonna hire a couple more furnace people,
Yeah.
because every time the weather gets cold, furnaces go out and sewers get backed up.
Yep.
So can we get those names also and the numbers?
It'll go through our office because we have them on contract, but I'll get them for you before the day's over and you can get them out.
Okay, because I have a couple ladies right now, with furnace problems, and then, do we need to have a resolution or anything to make it so when it gets to minus to a certain point that we automatically are gonna activate EPP? Because last week we had windshield minus 25 and we didn't activate, and then now we're activating. So can we have a resolution or make a motion that, or something that states that when it gets to this certain point, we will activate EPP, just so the people are aware and send friendly reminders out. Charles said something really good in our text the other day, or at the beginning of the week, let's send something out to the people to remind them, go out and check your propane tanks, and just send friendly reminders to everybody of what's coming up.
Malaya just got her access because we have that EPP management team from that meeting that was held several months ago. She just got the access to the EPP site, so she will be putting that information out. And in that policy that was handed out, it does state when it's activated. And so we can get that out to you as well.
Okay. Just send it out to the whole group. Emails are quick and easy.
And then when we're done, if you could give me those two ladies' names to see if they're the same ones that already contacted me.
Yep, one might have.
Yeah. Alvin?
I think I brought this up before, I think the tribe, this program right here, should, get a couple people and send them to furnace school up in, Mitchell, Voltech. It doesn't take very long, less than a week to get them certified. And those people be working for the tribe. Housing has their own houses they have to take care of, and they have a lot of houses to take care of. You know, this way, you know, you relieve them of any extra work they have to do. And these people that are in home ownership, they're responsible for their own, to hire their own people. And this is what I'm getting at, is that if you get people certified under the tribe, you won't have to depend on them or anybody else. You know, you can help these people straight out, you know? I brought this up before, and nothing was ever mentioned. Anyway.
Thank you. Okay, Emily. Number?
2026-07.
Motion for emergency legislation first. Second by Totes. Question by Ben. All in favor of emergency legislation? Opposed? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Go ahead, Emily. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 2026-07.
Second. Ben, go ahead.
Whereas the tribal land enterprise currently has funds on deposit with the Bureau of Trust Fund Management, and these funds are in Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land Enterprise Certificate Land Purchase Account number PL 7399709. And whereas the following action was taken by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council on today's date, approving the drawdown of funds from the proceeds of labor account number PL 7399709, Certificate Land Purchase Account, in the amount of $1 million to the purpose of these funds. The purpose of these funds transfers, so money may be transferred to Wells Fargo Bank where TLE has their checking account for general operations as needed. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council, in accordance with Article 4, hereby authorizes Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Tribal Land Enterprise Boards of Directors signature authority on all financial transactions and withdrawals as required by 25 CFR Part 115.815 pertaining to this drawdown. Now be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the officials identified above to expend such funds as specified in this resolution.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Alvin? No? I need a question. Charles? All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Yeah.
Okay, we have SWA here. Tim? Here, wherever you go. Hand these out. You give Wayne. Can we move you up from where you're at toward the end of the agenda to the top of today's agenda? There's been a lot of tribal members calling in and questioning the rental increase. And so if, I guess they're wanting to know how it went from what was discussed when y'all were here and the handout sheet where it went from bedroom to percentage. A lot of the people are calling and saying that they can't afford the increase that it's gone up to. And was there a consultation on this increase? with the tribe at all?
Tribe, no.
Tammy?
Yeah, good morning, Kim. Good morning. I guess I was kind of confused too on the way it was described when it came here because, they stood up and they said if grandma made so much money, every month or every year or whatever, that, her rent was still going to be zero and it wouldn't change. However, grandma makes so much money every year, that never changed, but the rent did. Same for a lot of other people that actually what they described wouldn't change at all. I understand the ones that are over income, but they said that was gonna be calculated a little bit differently, but I guess it's like way off the charts, so. I'm kind of wanting to know, what happened, was it not calculated right whenever they increased it, or was like, did they come down here and lie to us, or what was it, hey? Because it was described the way it happened, so.
Actually, the last time we were here, we handed out, and you guys got the examples, and there was also a lot of, a spreadsheet that had all of the rents calculated on them. And it's still the same. What we handed out when we were here in December. And the only ones that are doing a percentage that are over 80% AMI, which is area median income per HUD standards, and over 100%. Those two categories are calculated at a percentage of 10% and 12% of what we can go up to. We can go up to 30, according to HUD regulations, up to 30% of the household income. We only go 15. Our low rental units that we calculated, which is still the same as what we said in December. It's the bedroom sizes went up $50 a bedroom. So if and it still goes by your income, 15% of your income. So the only ones that if you're under 80% and you're in a 5-bedroom, the most your rent can be is $500. If you're over 80% and 100% on your income, you are not considered low income. And our Nahasda grant is specific to low income families. If your income is over 80% AMI or 100%, you are not considered low.
So is the decision a Nahasda decision at what it's at, or is it our local authority decision?
It's our local authority decision, and it's a business decision.
Those are some of the questions that are coming. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Because I had two grandmothers that came in, very stressed out and actually in tears, saying for a long time they only paid like 100 and something, and now their rent was up to 1,000. And so that's why I'm asking you that question. If it's a rate that you lock in, is there a rate that you can lock in at SWA that stays there where it doesn't go to a really heightened amount?
Actually, Kathy, let me ask you, the over 80 and the over 100%, the ones that their rent is increasing, probably dramatically, because if they're over 80% or 100%, and we have to calculate them differently because they are not considered low income. So I can see where the 80%, there's only 17 households that are over 80 and over 100. So all the rest are under the 80%, which is low income, where our houses are supposed to be targeted. So there's only 17 that their rent probably went, you know, from one amount to another because they were getting the subsidy that was supposed to be targeted for low income families. They are not low income. So there's only 17 households that their rent will be going over 500.
All right, so is there like, like we were meeting with this lending agency last week and we were talking about other housing issues. And he said sometimes when people go from a lower amount of what they have to pay a month to a higher amount, it's not kind of like cultural shock, but it had a different name, but it's still like a shock because all of a sudden now they've gone from here to here. And so, are you allowing people time to adjust to that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's something that the people need to hear that are listening to us.
Kim, there's something I'd like to say about you said the two
You're out of
grandmas
order.
that came in.
You're out of order, you gotta go to your representative.
I'll give it.
No.
I'll give it.
I'm just talking, helping her. So anyway, like the ones that are 100, like you said, the two grandmas that went in and their rent was only 100, then all of a sudden it went way up. Well, so the way this is set for low income people is that if you're like on fixed income, or if you don't have very much income, like say you don't make 30,000, then your rent is more than likely going to stay the same. So if somebody lives in a 5-bedroom, but they're living on fixed income, and their rent is $135 now, it's going to stay at $135. It's not going to automatically go up to the $500. So what it's going to do is it's going to take your income and we're going to subtract the deduction. So then that's called an adjusted income. So that adjusted income, then we're supposed to take 15% of that is supposed to be the rent. So if you take 15% of that, like say, for example, somebody who's living in a 5-bedroom and it's going to be $500. So if you take 15% of their total income, I found one like this where their income was enough so that they didn't have to pay the full 500, but it was $449. So see, it goes according to your income, but because of those ceiling rents and what's changed is the ceiling rents were $50 a bedroom. Those are now $100 a bedroom. So, you know, the person living in a 1-bedroom, the most they're gonna pay is $100. But if their income is like a GA, or like a good example is the GA ones, because then their rent is typically around $34. It's not gonna be the full 100. So that's how it goes. It's not all gonna go automatically way up, you know, for everybody. It's not gonna automatically go to the ceiling. It's gonna be according to their individual income. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yes. It's good to explain it here on the air for people that are listening because some of them don't understand that and they are kind of like in a state of panic, the ones that have increased. So for the questions that have come in, it's good for us to have this discussion on the air. And I have Tammy Sherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, SLA, for coming to get this straightened out. So my concern is I got, quite a bit of phone calls when this happened. They received a letter from SWA saying that the rent, again, let's say example, a 4-bedroom went up to, instead of $200, they're paying $400. That was in November, so December's time frame, January's rent would have been $400. But then in December, towards the end there, then they got another letter saying that their rent is going to go up to $1,200. That's going to be February 1st. So again, people are pretty upset because they're thinking, do we have an extra $1,200 to pay for rent, the extra rent within that certain amount of time? Because it just went up from, I guess the $200 up to $400. I could see that. But of course, in February 1st, which is coming up here pretty soon, now they got to pay $1,200. So that's the concern a lot of people have, because again, there's not enough time that I think, to implement this stuff. And the other thing too is, if there was a change, then I believe that educational process should have been put out to the tenant, let them know that, this is what we're doing. So, I mean, I understand too, when you guys came last time, I think it was November, I think, to actually get the blessing of the council to up the rent, there was there was a comment that was saying that if it was in the city and we went with HUD's 30% income, they would be paying like $1,200. But that's not gonna happen. It's just only it's gonna go up, I think, $100, what they said, another $50 to be $100. Oh, okay. So I know this body voted against it, not increase it. So again, as that went along, we got the letter saying, well, it's gonna happen anyway. So we said, well, geez, I guess I hope we have some good decisions. So when that letter came out to a lot of the tenants saying, instead of $200, you're gonna pay $400 on January 1st. So they adjusted for that. And that's kind of reasonable from what I can tell, $400. But now, at the end of December, saying February 1st, you're gonna start paying $1,200 because they adjusted the rent again. They're like, well, they just say we're gonna up it to $400. Now we're gonna be adjusting to $1,200. So I was just kind of curious. And again, too, I know the board, met on a lot of these things, a lot of concerns. We talked to a couple of our colleagues about, what was going on here, because they had some concerns also. They were getting people calling them. So for us, it was kind of, I guess for me, I was confused because, when you guys came here to get the blessing, the council said no, and voted against it, but there was nothing that was going to keep it from continuing on, I guess is what you say. So that's why I think, I'm glad Madam Chair had to bring you guys back down here before this implements again. So I guess to make it clear, we need to find out why in so short a time that you're raising the rent so much and not giving enough people enough time to either adjust to that rent increase, or maybe even, I guess, have some kind of a, payment plan type deal. Because again, $1,200 February 1st, which is coming up here pretty soon, they're going to have quite a few people that are not going to have the, funds to actually pay that. And then of course they go into default. It's going to cause a lot of problems with people, having to say, well, all I could pay was probably like $400 or $500 for February, but you still owe, $600. So these are things, again, that people are trying to adjust to. And it's really kind of hard, I think, on a lot of people who are on fixed incomes. And of course, our low rent housing, I'm kind of curious. I know HUD decided to call them low rent housing, but, I don't know where that came about, because, a lot of housing is just housing. And that's why a lot of people are upset, because they have to get off the reservation or to find housing, because people can't sit in the house they're in. But anyway, there's been a lot of, confusion throughout the years about housing, helping the people out to either, there's a home ownership houses that they used to have, get them out of the house and put them into a home ownership house by getting lease land to that effect. I don't know where that program went. So right now, some of the concerns that they have also is like what we're dealing with over in Sunrise right now. Well, another entity where they're raising the rent, or they got the rent in there, and the living conditions are kind of poor. And again, I think this was brought up when you guys came in to try to ask for the blessing of the increase, where there was a lot of concern, SWA tenants who say a lot of things are not fixed in our unit, so why are we going to continue to keep paying? So again, that's where I think too that this should have come back at least to some of the occupancy specialists and say, well, let's go into these houses and find out what needs to be done before we raise this rent. Because again, they're going to say, why am I paying so much on a rental unit when it's not even fixed? The windows are cracked and things to that effect. And then there was another comment that if there's a house that just parties go on all the time, their windows are getting busted out of it all the time, and I'm just going to fix that house because they're not getting it there. So that was brought up, I think, last time too, when you guys came down. So that's my thought. I have quite a few people in my community that are upset about it too. So I think that's what we need to, discuss. But, I got more to say, but I'll wait till everybody else gets there. Thank you.
Ben,
I got a comment about this housing. They don't go by the rules and policy procedures. If they go by them, they would have had them done, but they don't go by them. Because we don't have no caretaker in Antelope 20plex, and that place is getting run down. And we call the housing, but they never come up there and do what they're supposed to do. and they raised the rent. They were supposed to have a meeting with us before. They were supposed to have a board meeting with the people in the 20-plex. But they don't. They don't know how to go about the policy. The only reason why they want their rent is to raise their money and their salary. That's all they want. They don't want nothing else. If they did, they're going to stand right
Hold
away.
on, let me give you the floor, since we gotta get people the floor.
Already got the floor.
Yeah, but he made the, we're here listening to, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, it's just that we're listening to SWA, and when SWA tried to speak up, he made them get the floor. And so I think it's fair that since he's not on the council, I should get him the floor too, just for that fairness.
Yeah, I don't think he knew she was with SWA, and then the sergeant at arms can get the floor.
Yeah, I'm aware, I'm just not aware if our people know he's a sergeant at arms either though, so. I just wanna be respectful in that same manner.
I'm gonna allow Kim to answer both Ben and Ben.
Okay, what'd you say, Ben? No. Actually, you're talking about a rent. Somebody got a letter saying the rent was going up to 1,200 or whatever. There's 17 households that their rent is going, it could go that high because they're over income. People in that household, their income is over 80% or over 100%. They are not considered low income. So if you're over 80%, we're charging 10% of the household income, okay? If you're over 100%, we're charging 12%. That means that you're not, or that the person or the household is not low income anymore. So on NAHASDA, the agreement that we sign every year, we agree to abide by NAHASDA regs. So NAHASDA regs say we service the low income and very low income. But since these 17 households are already in a unit, the rent will be charged according to the income, not the low income that are under 80%. I don't know if you did you understand that?
I do, but I have a lot of questions referring to it, but yeah, I understand what you're talking about, because it was brought up last month too, what you discussed, so we found that out too, but there was a lot of discrepancies on that, so that's why I'm just kind of.
And then I'd also like to mention that the board did do a amended resolution where the 80 and the 100%, the 17 households that their rent is going to be, raised from whatever their bedroom size is to use the 80% of their income or 100%. Okay, so those 17 households, we're transitioning them 2 months at a time. So February and March, those households' rent will be 25% of that increase of that letter that you guys, or that they got, okay? April and May will be 50%. June and July will be 75%. Starting August 1st, then that's when the full amount, that's the full amount of the rent. So we are transitioning those households over 6 months. And we also are doing, going to be doing inspections on those, we're gonna make these homes a priority. We're gonna do inspections, we're gonna meet with the tenant and go over the inspection with them, and we're gonna do maintenance on them. Those are the first ones. That's our first plan. With this rental increase, because it is a business decision, this rental increase is going to help us hire more maintenance staff. We can buy more maintenance material. So that is purely a business decision where we can maintain these units. So, and then
Well, yeah, and I guess my deal is that, I know Chairwoman asked if it was a HAZA decision or it was a board decision, so it's a board decision. So that's why I'm kind of concerned, is if it's a board decision, the educational part should have gone out to the tenants, at least let them know what's going on, what you guys are planning on and stuff. Because again, when you throw out there right off the bat, you're gonna raise rent, everybody's getting kind of, I guess, confused and shocked because they're raising rent. But if this plan was in place there, then I think we should have been able to at least put out some kind of educational plan out there to the tenants to say, this is what we're looking to do, and this is why this is gonna happen. But of course, it didn't happen, so now there's so many people saying, what's going on here? So that's the reason why, again, it's being brought here to this body, so we can actually figure out what we can do to help alleviate some of that issue. So, but again, when you guys came back in, I think it was November, I want to say, November, when you guys came to ask for a blessing to increase the rent, it was not approved. We didn't approve it. But if we had another plan of what way, I think it was, at that time, Gary, he said, it's a funding issue. If we don't do this, then there may be some supplemental funding at risk. So we said, well, what does that pertain to? He said, well, our funding could be lowered because of this. And it should have been increased in the past, I think he said 20 years or something like that. It should have been increasing the whole time, but it wasn't. So those are some confusions that I had also. But when they said, well, we're gonna raise it anyways to, rather than the $200 to $400 in a 4-bedroom, now we're gonna raise it up to the percentage. That was just within a matter of 3 months. So I'm kind of concerned to say, are they looking out for the best interests of our tribal members? Are they looking out for our best interests of, people who are on fixed income? So those are the reasons why I'm bringing this up, and also, you guys are here, and I'm glad we can get this straightened out. But those are just some concerns with a lot of people who've been in houses for longer than 20 years. All of a sudden, it just spontaneously does it. So that's what I'm here to do, is actually speak up for them, I guess, to make sure that they understand, and if we're going to go in that direction, then yeah, I want to make sure that the whole body has a good idea of what's going on, so we can actually, I guess, deal with it. So, but again, I would like to have seen the board also here too. I mean, if they make a decision, then we should have had them here too, so we can actually, I guess, give them our concerns, look out for the best interest of the tenant, also our communities, so we can actually have some understanding of why this is happening. Because it seems like right now, again, if the tenants who don't have more income, their rent's going to stay the same, which is 0. And the ones who have the income, so it's kind of like, here again, like what's brought up here, we're kind of getting punished for us working, for us to get in these houses working, and the ones who aren't working, they're just going to get the windows, doors fixed, and everything else. So these are just some concerns that are being brought up. So that's why I believe that if we had the board here, we can actually address those concerns also, to let them know that, hey, it's best to get out there. If you guys are going to start making changes, let's go out there and start, let people know what these changes are, why are they going to happen, for what purpose, all that type of thing. Because right now it's just, it was brought up just recently, and I'm not going to reiterate it or stuff. But so I'm just making sure that we can address the best interests of the tenants and our people also. So I think that's what we're here to do also. So, I don't know what's going to be made here, what decisions going to be made, but I believe that that's why we are voted in here, to actually look out for our best interests of our communities. So anyway, that's just what I have right now. Thank you. But yeah, you did answer most of that stuff. Question. Thank you.
Tammy, Sherry, Totes.
Okay, Ben touched on some of the issues and a few questions that I wanted to ask, but based on the living conditions and the conditions of the SWA units, how could this justify a rent increase? Don't you think that these units should, because you mentioned maintenance, these units should have been maintenance, brought up to a livable condition before this rent increase should be implemented? That's one question. The other question I have is, instead of going off their AMI, 80% and 100%, maybe you guys should have considered and discussed the fair market rent.
That's part of it.
Because for a 1-bedroom, for someone that's 80 to 100% over income, could go up to 840. For a 2-bedroom, 929. For a 3-bedroom, 1292, and for a 4-bedroom, 1438. But if you're going off their income, then I'm pretty positive that some of these people, maybe the 17, will probably be paying for a 2 or 3-bedroom over $2,000. And I think that's a little bit too much, especially when, you have maintenance issues that have never been repaired for the last 10, 15 years on these units. The windows were never replaced. Probably same with the ovens and refrigerators. And I know that when housing does get a call for maintenance, they go out there and they do a little bit of it, but it never gets finished. And I think that was the discussion that we had last time. But there's a lot of things that I believe that SWA at this point, now that I'm seeing all this transpire, should have put into place before they did this rental increase. It's just like, a private landlord, I'm gonna rent you a 3-bedroom house for $900 and some dollars, but this 3-bedroom house has 2 boarded up windows. The refrigerator only works when it wants to. You got some pipe leaks, the floor's gonna cave or whatever, but you're gonna pay me $900 and some dollars. And a lot of these people that live in these units that are over income, I'm pretty positive at least half, if not more, maintenance their own homes and take care of their own holes in the walls. And if they could be allowed to, they would probably replace their own windows. But you guys used to have a program, and maybe it's something that you guys can really reconsider and do, is some of these ones that have lived in their homes for 10 years or more, that are caught up on their rent and, pretty much maintenance their own home, work out an agreement to move those into a home ownership. Because though they're not going anywhere. They're not, if they pass away, that house may go to their son or daughter, but for the time being, they're not going anywhere. They should be provided an opportunity to own these homes that they have paid rent in. So maybe that's another thing you could consider. If you're gonna increase that rent, then give them that option to buy that house. Those are my questions and concerns.
You want to answer her before I move on to the next person?
The maintenance of the homes, and then the fair market rent compared to the percentages, and then the option to purchase these homes.
Okay, Tammy, if we use the fair market rent, then the rent would be sky high.
On the people that are over income is what?
Yes, it would be, but our limit is 15%. Where if we did, we're allowed to go up to 30%.
Mm-hmm.
We're using 15% on our income, and we always have, well, since 2002 anyway. But if we don't want to use the fair market rent because it will be a lot more for these households. And the ones that we're talking, the 80 and 100 that are not considered low income anymore, they are, there's 17 of them. And when you're talking about maintenance and this rent increase, and that is the reason why we need more funding. It's for this rent, or for the maintenance, to do this maintenance for all of our units. We have 823 low rental units that we have to maintain. So it's purely a business decision where we need more maintenance.
Council President, there's right now there's 7 specialists, maintenance specialists, and 5 maintenance assistants. So there's still 1 specialist and 2 assistants that need to be hired.
And realistically, guys, out of respect, realistically, you probably need at least how many?
20 and 20.
That's what I was thinking about, 25. To even hit these and keep them going. And that's just the labor, but that ain't the material. And material has extremely gone up. And we're even gonna get to a point here I think it's September, like September 1st, this Buy Back, Buy America, you're almost gonna have to have a new staff for that because any federal funds now, you either have to show how did you buy America. Now, you can't go out and buy Canada lumber and it can't be stamped in Canada and America. It has to be Buy Back, Buy America. That's even gonna slow us down, I'm pretty sure. So right now, I'm even trying to get her to come out and do some training with all the people that are gonna have to deal with this procurement. And then on top of that, I'm sure somebody must have mentioned insurance. Our insurance.
We haven't mentioned it yet.
There's other things that are going sky high. And yes, I'm concerned too. Yes, we gave them 20 years. Maybe we should have done. But still at the same time, we have some compassion up there. We all still have compassion for our people and how we're gonna do this. So we have been talking a little bit and having some discussion, how to make little changes, but it ain't gonna happen real quickly either unless we get more help and more money. We don't want houses sitting like Sunrise. We're getting to that point, but we're still plugging away and we're still rebuilding. And we are, I tell you, our contractors, our construction crew, they're really making some nice houses out there and they're rebuilding them really nice. So it's not, but they're not moving in a completely destroyed home.
Another question in regards to your maintenance. When these people who reside in these homes, the tenants, especially the over income ones, when they repair their own units or when they replace their refrigerators because you guys don't bring one right away or whatever goes on, you guys don't give them credit for that. You don't give them credit for fixing their pipes. You don't give them credit for fixing their showers. And I know the landlord tenant code probably does not address that, but I know the state does. And depending on how long they're waiting, if whether it's 6 months, a year, they still didn't get that refrigerator, so they're buying their own. Or their line didn't get fixed, so they're fixing their own. I mean, all that stuff, I really pray that you guys took that into consideration before you decided to, and I'm assuming maybe you did, increase these people's rents to an amount that maybe they can or cannot afford. But their own repairs that they made to these homes, I feel they need to be given credit for because no one wants to wait on someone to come over and fix the leaky pipe 2-3 months. That causes more damage. But those are just, like I said, my concerns. I'll yield for Sherry.
Sherry? Thank you guys for being here. I guess I would like to make a few statements before I ask my questions. I want the council and the people listening to all be mindful of the fact that SWA is not the enemy. They are an entity that is given funding from a government agency and they're underfunded. And I know the issue today is the rent increase, and I do hope that we can come to an agreement with that and that you'll hear the council out. We have a lot of work that we need to do as a council on a congressional level when it comes to HUD and the United States government. We always have a tendency to be grouped together with all the other Native Americans, all the other federally recognized Indian tribes. And then they formed a group called TIAC. And then what did we do within that group of TIAC? We battled against Alaska. We battled against Navajo Nation. So it's just this continuous issue where we are here giving a little bit of money, and then we're fighting amongst ourselves. We're fighting amongst other tribes over scraps. And some of those tribes have said and made comments, yeah, we are wealthy. We do have a good casino, but we're still owed this money. So we have wealthy tribes that are still at the table coming at this money that we have here from HUD. They're asking for increases anytime any grant money comes out. We have to go after it, and it's competitive grants. So I want to say that because you are our chartered entity, you are an arm of the tribe, and your duty for us is to administer the HUD funding. Now, for us as council reps, it's really hard because we need to take care of you, but we also have constituents that we have to take care of. And I want to ask you guys for some information and some data, because what the people are saying is not a lie. And I do know that you're not staffed enough. You don't have enough workers. You can't compete with the ARPA wages. You can't bring on enough people for your maintenance and repair crew. I know it's hard with retention. I know you're competing against a lot of these personal contractors. We've sat here and we've had this conversation over and over. We know what the problems are. Right now, though, our people are very scared. They're already delinquent. I don't know how increasing the rent is going to make up for that. It's not. They're going to continue to be delinquent. We talked about charging for water one time, and Gary mentioned here, he said, then Sherry, you're going to have to think as a council rep, it's going to be a lot of people without water, even if you're only charging $5. And that motion ended up dying that day. We live in an impoverished area, and a lot of impoverished people that are here. 86% unemployment rate, a median of $18 an hour. And it's hard for people to survive here. So that's why they're so scared. And a lot of them, we're all getting the same complaints, the same concerns. My furnace hasn't worked for 5 years. I haven't been able to use my bathroom for 2 years. I need a fan in my bathroom because now it's molding, but housing told me you have a window in there. How am I supposed to use a window as a fan in the wintertime? You know, there's all these things, and they're all legitimate, just as housing's concerns are legitimate too. So I'm glad to hear that you have a maintenance schedule and you have a plan. If you could share that with us, that would be really good. The housing stock that we have, I understand that giving them over to home ownership is very difficult because it affects your numbers and the funding that you get from the HOSDA. I think we really need to educate the people and the council on some of this stuff so they understand where you're coming from. I would like to request from SWA, what are your shortfalls when it comes to employment, when it comes to funding, when it comes to workers, and what are your needs? I think we need to address that. And I do think that when it comes to the tribe approaching this, we really need to be careful, and we really need to come up with a plan and an agreement. And I hope maybe we can come up with an agreement that we can pause the rental increase until we can come up with a plan for us to support you guys and on a congressional level, and for us to make a trip specifically to HUD, not at the table with a bunch of other tribes, us specifically. What did President Trump just spend on that ballroom? I mean, giving us some funding for housing opposed to a new ballroom in the White House. There's a lot of things that are going on, and I don't want us to lose sight of who the true enemy is, who the true tyrant is here when it comes to this. It's not each other. A lot of us are worked up because our constituents are very concerned. Some of the things Ben said, well, it's always us working people that have to pay for the non-working people. Mm-hmm. And people say that all the time, and I get that, but you know, then there's not enough jobs here. So it's hard to hold anybody accountable. So we really need to start brainstorming, and I want us to start thinking on a congressional level of advocacy for HUD, for SWA, and for housing. When Treasurer Boyd, President former President Herman and I ran it, we addressed that housing has been our biggest issue. And it is. It's our biggest issue. And we understand that the housing stock that has been abandoned or boarded up has been a problem as well. So I'd like to also offer some sort of a program where we can have people work on those houses if they're on top of the list. Can they start, if there's a house open in Rosebud and somebody's on top of the list and there's light work to do on that house, can that family start volunteering to help work on that house? Some sort of solutions for these problems that we have. And I want I want us to think outside the box, because we're always thinking within the constraints of federal funding. We have other sources of funding that we can tap into if we need to. It's not a lot. It's not a lot, and there's no promises that the entire body would agree with spending all our funding on an already funded program. But it would be a start to know what your needs are. And if you could come back to the table with some of those solutions regarding people working. But I do want to ask today that housing and the board, if the board's listening, to consider pausing the rent increases in the meantime. Thank you.
You want to answer her? You want to make that as a motion, Sherry?
That is a good idea, and we've been brainstorming for some time. I think we even, of all our workers, our staff, cost for maintenance, material, insurance, the whole overall of the admin of that, I think we need another, I thought we did a whole deal on that, Kim, and I think it was like we need another $8 million to even get some of the 8 million. Yeah, so we have did a whole outlook of what do we need to get some of these houses up out of this system. But remember, as we're getting these homes repaired, 2-3 other people are moving out. So it's just timing, and we're like spinning our wheels sometimes. So education, and I think public relation is probably what we need really out there. So we've been thinking about this, and we've been talking about volunteers, how are we going to look at that? We have volunteers or sweat equity that will help us. And we have to walk lightly with that because it is federal HUD funds. We had somebody do that for us, a couple people do that for us, and then they work. We'll get our house up and look. And so we were given materials and they were working on it. Boom, one of them told IRS, we didn't get paid for it. So there we were, backtracking, and we had to pay. So we have to figure out a different type of way of doing it. So she is looking at some of that stuff. And yes, be mindful of us. We work for you people too. We work for those people out there that need our help. So thank you.
So for what you discussed about the pause, did you want to make that a motion or?
Yes, so I'll make a motion to request that the SWA board put a temporary pause on the rent increases. So we can.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah. Before I make my motion?
Yes. I have many comments, but just specific to the motion that you want, I just wanted to say that at the last board meeting, maybe the previous one, a recent one, I did make that motion and I did not get a second. So I don't know what authority the council has to override the board, but that I did make a motion to temporarily pause, or at least have a discussion on how we could address the pause. And I did not get any support in that. So I just wanted to say that was right at the board level. I do have several other comments, but if you're going to make a motion, I'll wait till after. Okay. Thank you.
I have one comment for your motion, just to add on, and it'll take away my time for my question, was, and going along the lines of what you're talking about, first off, I want to thank you for saying what you said on how SWA is not the enemy. We're all the same. You know, we're all here for the same reason, and to keep the focus on the real enemy. I like that. But one thing I just wanted to suggest, because he kind of did mention it, with SWA was having us and the board meet. So I was wondering if you could add on like a working session with the council, the SWA board, and then SWA.
Yes.
If you could like, if you could add that to your motion, and then I won't need my time.
So you gotta amend your motion to include that?
Yes.
Before Sherry makes her motion, now, I'm hoping that, it's on our,
You didn't get a second.
it's on our housing houses, or our tribal houses, or we want to say HUD houses. Because our USDA, they required us to increase those rates. There is no stopping that. They said they won't even fund us.
They wouldn't approve the budgets anymore without an increase because
So
we said that they needed to.
And our tax credits, they're all set by rates. But we do have the tax credit, $200, I think, a month. So theirs are like $425, maybe $450, but if you have by the fifth, then they get paid by housing.
So, but this motion that you're making is for the entirety of everyone else.
I'll second so it doesn't die, if that's okay.
I'm
Oh, and our
gonna
second.
allow Emily to be a part of what Sherry said doing.
Thank you, President. Can I sit down and read from my notes a little bit? I was gonna wait till after, but I just feel like a lot of it is really.
Is it a
pertinent.
part of her motion?
Yes. I just feel a lot of it's pertinent to the discussion about it. If you prefer, I can definitely wait, but
All right, Emily, let's get a second to her motion first.
I started with, I'll second her motion so it doesn't die. And then that way we could allow conversation.
Okay, now discussion.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to also agree that I really appreciate, Sherry's comments and just laying out the context of that, because I think it's very easy for us to get in our emotions and to lose sight of that. So I just want to start, thank you very much for laying out that context. I also just wanted to say that, something that one of the staff said about we need to do better PR or communication. I think as a tribe, we always say that, but that's especially true with something like this that's going to affect people's literal livelihoods and how they live and house themselves. And I feel like that's the part that we need to do better. I just wanted to make a couple comments because well, there's a lot of things that are going on. And I think the main thing is that we have this charter and we're not using it to its full potential. We have treaty rights and we're not utilizing them or enforcing them or even asking ourselves where in that does it say we have to be poor to receive our treaty rights that are due to us. I think having the conversations that Chris and Sherry both mentioned, I think I've been asking that as long as I've been sitting in the seat, because we have to support them. There's no way that we could be successful by saying, okay, you're not doing your job, so instead of addressing that, we're going to come over here and do it better. It's just never going to go anywhere. And I really feel the conversation that Sherry is trying to have about diversification is so important, because if we're only going to stay with Nahazda and only be solely reliant on Nahazda, this is what we get without using the full Nahazda to what it is, which is for us to make housing what we need and what we want. But no one's going to fund us any additional money if we never do that. If we never tell them what is our full need, what are our full assessments, how can we get to any of that? So I also just want to caution this time of advocacy, because I was briefly part of the TAC team, and you can see the transition with the new administration. That form of advocacy changed dramatically. And I was under the impression that we need to educate so they understand what a tribal nation is and how to get that. And then you see the literal HUD website put out flyers using cartoon characters on call in your immigrant neighbors. Are you living with illegal aliens? And that's the rhetoric. That's the information that our federal level is pushing out. And what kind of advocacy can you have with that? Yeah. How can you, I mean, we have so many countries out there that are breaking ties with our federal government just simply because they don't want to be in alignment, because they're scared they're going to get tried in the national world court for just being linked to the type of the stuff that U.S. government is doing right now. So I'm just going to caution a little bit on that. And maybe we use this time rather to plan to look introspectively, to say what all our needs, what is the assessment? You would think with all of this data that we've been collecting on low housing income and all of that, we would have some data that shows what is our true need, what houses do our people want and need and deserve, and then help us get it there. And I know I was gonna try to be so, sorry, Sherry, I'm going all over the place, but you said something about wages. We know that the wages are not here. How can you increase rent when our wages have been stagnant throughout the US, not just here? How can we increase our rent when we don't even know the status of all of our, we're doing assessments after we already said how much we're going to increase? That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't seem fair to our people to do it that way. So if this really was a business decision, that's the first time I've heard it presented like that. So if it really was a business decision, why were we not thinking about the full business? Because there's more to, for example, we have millions of dollars sitting at SWA that we cannot spend right now. Why are we not addressing that? Similar to housing, similar to law enforcement, similar to healthcare, recruitment and retention of staff is such a major issue, but we're not even addressing that. And how is charging our people more money, bringing in more money, giving our staff unfair wage increases, how is that going to come help us hire and recruit and retain people when the people that we need the most to correct the situation, to fix these houses, we pay them dirt poor. We don't even let them be full staff with benefits. Like, how are we allowed to do that and then make that the issue? So, I mean, I could sit here and go on and go on and go on. I should probably wrap it up. But I'm just wanting to know, maybe the president or the staff here can give us an insight. But if Sherry's motion passes, what does that mean? Because as a board, I already tried to get something similar passed. So if we pass it, what does that mean for them? And the reason why I'm asking that is that if, what Ben mentioned about when they came and gave their annual report, and we said we weren't in agreement with the rental increase, at that next board meeting, they said, actually, since the tribe accepted our annual report, which had the rental increase in there, they then accepted that and used that motion excerpt to justify that tribe was on board with this. Again, when you look at the $50 rate increase that was forced that they just mentioned, that is true. We were going to lose, but that wasn't all of these units. That was 50 or maybe 54, something like that. And those units are the ones that are kept in the most pristine standard situation because they have a different funding mechanism for it. So if the board was okay with a minimum increase of $50 on the units that are in the best condition, that wasn't per bedroom, that was just a $50 increase. So if your rent was $500, you were going to go to $550. If your rent was $300, you were going to go to $350. Then how did that translate into, well, what about all these other units? Now that $50 increase then turned from a $50 increase to a $50 per bedroom increase, which then doubled everybody's rent because it was only 25 or whatever it was. So those are the types of things that I feel like we had an ultimatum that we were maybe not lied to, but given false half truths maybe, or not the full information. And that's what I feel has been going on for years and years and years, and we're never going to get anywhere if we don't address that. And I have several pages of notes here that I've been taking, and I'll probably sit here all day, but I support the pause, and I also support planning session, probably multiple of them as soon as possible, because it's not fair for us, it's not fair people, but it's not fair for the staff, because there are lots of staff up there who do amazing work and have years of experience that kind of get ignored and left to the side and all of this is going on. I will stop, sorry, thank you.
A question, so if you will.
You can make.
I wanted to note that I'm making the amendments that you all requested and to include your request to.
Phil's question? All in favor?
We have a roll call vote.
Roll call vote? Roll call vote.
Sherry, I was asking if you could say the full.
Madam Chair, I'm going to restate the motion.
Okay.
Motion by Sherry Plank to request the SWA board pause the action of rent increase with the exception of the USDA units. until the council, SWA board, and SWA can come up with a plan.
Tax credit.
Oh, tax credit.
Yes, both of them. Both are loan.
USDA and tax
tax
credit.
credit.
Okay, did you get that, Secretary? Yes, I could put a time frame on it. To begin, in February? Or do you guys want to start to begin next week, with planning to begin next week?
You do the 29th or 30th.
Yep.
So is the pause effective immediately, or what's the
Yeah, I'm
timeline that you're talking?
requesting that the pause be effective immediately, and then that the meetings begin next week.
Sherry, I'm gonna send that to Ellison.
Yeah. But I was trying to sign language her earlier.
Yeah. All right. So are we ready to vote? Okay.
I'm a sustained from voting because I live in an SWA house, so I don't think I should vote on stuff where it lower my rating.
Okay.
I too live in an SWA house, I don't know what you're saying like that, but I just want to request that if we're going to meet with SWA and it's a funding issue, that we should also have a representative from USDA or that tax credit, somebody there to actually have that understanding of what the tribe is trying to do to help, I guess the low income people. So, but yeah, I will abstain too, that you live in a house.
Is there anyone else in the SWA house that wants this?
Madam Chair, I live in a SWA house too, but I don't care how I vote. But that's going to affect everybody. And I'm not speaking for myself. I'm a council rep, so I don't speak for myself. I'm speaking for the Lakota people. United States has been talking about affordability. I don't know if you guys heard about that. They're saying the cost of living is sky high. Now, we're one of the lowest income families in the United States. Todd County is. And that don't do justification for raising the rent on our Oyate people. Because they're barely making a living. Look at how much they have to spend going to the grocery store. Wichasa wichko wakate kena ata taku cash yonki chu. Skale ata we can't operate without the federal government. And in Lakota, that's how we depend on these guys. They're controlling us. Shouldn't be like that. We're Lakotas, people. I don't care if they raise my rent. And I'm going to support my colleagues here on pausing this until we get better information. Housing, you guys need to talk with us, consult with us, because we represent the people. The way I look at it, there's a mass lack of communication. We brought you guys down to get the information so we could send it on to our people. There's a cutoff inside that communication there somewhere where we have to be asking questions so we could take that info back to our communities. Now, as far as maintenance, I don't think this cost of rent increase is going to justify the lack of maintenance. My house would probably be not in that condition if I didn't do my own work. I asked for some tile 2 years ago from housing. And if your workers were too busy, I was going to do it myself. And I still haven't gotten them. My SWA house got a bunch of tiles missing. I paint my own walls in my house. I do a lot of upkeep on you guys' house. I'm thankful that I got a roof over my head, so I take care of my house. I don't break windows and, do drug dealing and stuff in my house. But again, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for the Lakota out there that can't afford to do this increase. Have you guys done a study to see how much is going to contribute to our homelessness? You said you guys going to do maintenance for the people that are over income. Okay, you're taking care of the wealthy people. What about our people that don't have income? I got a house, a family down in my community that's living in a house that don't have any windows. And I hate to see them next couple of days, how they're gonna survive. Why didn't housing go down there and put some plastic up for them at least, if they're not gonna give them windows? I thought I'd give my opinion on, you guys gotta think about our Oyate people in general, not this body. You gotta think about the people. Kita siya ni ka atas na lewa chicha scum na ata taku kes yonku kitu. Where's their generosity? Where's our wauchila? He unicha blewana. Lakota Oyate hene yukcha pot hokya. Hohejetolo.
All right, we're gonna do the roll call vote, and if you have something to say, you can say it at that time. But we need to do the roll call vote because the motion's on the floor, we've had our second, and we're gonna do a roll call vote, so go ahead, Elsa.
Dolores Swan,
Yes.
Christopher Eagle Bear,
Yeah.
Todd Bear Shield, Sebastian Wright,
Yes.
Stanley Woodknife Jr.,
Oh,
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear, Royal Yellow Hawk,
Yes.
Robert Rattling Lee,
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Yepper.
Charles DeBerry Jr., abstain, William Bill Marshall,
that's got one question. This, or vote, so I guess from your side of it, like, how do you guys feel, like, the time frame? Say just till this meeting's done, we get a better foundation done, or what, I guess what's your guys on there with the pause?
Actually, I need to take it back to my board. And then. And they don't.
Yes, for the.
Jane Frederick, Emily Boyd Belandra.
Thank you, President. My question was just, can I vote? Is there any ethical reason why I wouldn't be able to vote since I also sit on SWA and they have voted against this, or it would be?
You can vote here.
You can vote here.
Yes.
Alvin Bear Hill Sr.,
I just got a couple questions, I've been raising my hand, but been bypassing me all the time. And thing is, there's no maintenance going on with SWA right now, they have workers and all this. And a lot of this, is being caused, and I had asked Gary when he was here, why did maintenance quit? All 20 workers quit at one time. And he didn't even know they quit. Nobody told him anything. Construction manager, supervisors, they didn't even tell him. So this is what's going on at housing. No one knows what's going on over there. And there's really a lot of lack of maintenance all these years, last 20 years. That's why these houses are in the shape they are. And I'm voting no on this because they don't need a rent increase.
That's not what it's for, Alvin.
What are you looking for?
The motion's to put a pause on the increase.
Oh, yeah. Vote no.
You don't want them to pause it, or you want them to pause it?
A yes vote will stop.
Oh, yeah, yes, vote, yeah. I kind of misunderstood.
Sherry Wright Plank,
Mrs. Bob,
Yes.
that misunderstood me.
Cameron Wolcott, Lila Kilzinsight,
Yes.
Michael Bolt Sr., William Kindle,
Yes.
Ben Bear the Third, abstains, Marion Little Thunder.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, yes.
13 yes, opposed?
None.
Not voting? Motion carried. Now we'll go back to those that were waiting to speak, and Totes, you're up.
Good morning, everyone. I stress everything that my colleagues just did too, but, what's gonna happen with the 20-plex? Is their rent going up also?
Yeah, they're,
Is it going up $50 or based on what?
based on their income. But the most that they can use for one bedroom, that ceiling is $100.
For some of them, that's still a lot with their fixed income. But, with those 17, right, that have
Over income?
over income. So with those increases, are they going to be the first ones to have their repairs done on their homes? If some are saying they have black mold really bad, and some are saying, how come we can't rent to own? If we've lived in some of these units for 20 years, 25 years, since this increase, if it does happen, why are they not allowed to rent to own? The guidelines?
Yeah, that's part of our funding. They take into consideration, our 1937 Act units, rental units.
So they were designed just to be temporary.
Temporary?
Yes, it wasn't designed to be long-term permanent housing.
Oh, just temporary housing, yeah, okay. We're, with all of this coming and with us planning and seeing all this, maybe before this process even started, we should have maybe, informed the people or even did some kind of a survey out there in the communities with the people. So that way we would know, like the repairs that need to be made. And I do know we need to find our balance here. And I know we have a lot of people listening. So for some of our people who do live in our housing houses, those are roofs over your head for your family. So you do need to take care of them, because I've been in some homes where they're pretty bad. And none of our children should be living in conditions like that. So, at one time, I know maybe there were quarterly inspections, or because we have Sechunk Village and they have inspections all the time, and look how well they have to take care of their homes. No one should be told how to take care of your homes. Those are your homes for your families, regardless of whether you're renting or not. None of our children should have to be living the way they're living. So for those homes, and I've been in some of them, take care of those homes. Those are for your families. But the process, it's a huge effect. This process that's happening right now on our people. And we have the board, we have council, we have our community chairs. Would it be possible to have a tenant board with maybe only 6 on there, so that way they can take in any issues that anyone would like to, because we discuss these things over and over again. We really need to have a process. No motions are followed. We need to really have a timeline on everything we do for our people, because I'm tired of hearing, oh, it's happened for 20 years. It's never going to change. So for those people with the frame of mind, and those people that have sat around this table and are no longer here, and you still think that way, we're here for the people. We really need to start having our meetings, not just once or twice a month, but we need to start meeting with our directors too. That's our role also, to help find solutions. Everything is so negative with our people, help us find solutions to make this a better place for our 7 generations to come. You know, and then like we have our burn units too, you know, what's the process in getting those up and going also, depending on the damage, I know, but, you know, we have some out Tamhope that have been without a home also because of, fire damage, you know, done to them. But we work for the people and we need to communicate in a good way. We're leaders. We need to respect one another in a good way, and we need to come to a consensus where we can work together for the betterment of the people. The people. How many of us have seen any plans from our directors of a 5-year plan, 3-year plan? You know, we've been asking for those things. But dang, we really have to help each other out. We got to quit coming to the table without finding anything. So Cher, thank you for what you just said too, and for your motion. It's going to help the people, but we need to come together in a good way. We need to see some plans, not just a quick fix for the people or to please someone for the day. But it needs to be, you know, we should all have a plan. But thank you guys for coming and for our people, for our listeners, you know, we're going to make it work. We have to for the people. Thank you.
Emily, do you still need the floor?
Oh,
I got you.
No, my question was for the vote, if I could vote.
Okay, Chris?
yeah, I just want to make a statement too, just a quick one, just on, just the perspective that I've been having for the last 2 years, especially in December, whenever we had all these chartered entities come in. There's one thing in common that all these chartered entities said to each and every one of us. And every time a chartered entity came on, they were the top priority. Until the next one came on, then they were the top priority. But one thing that each of them had in common was they need money. Everyone needs the money to be at what they say are best. And maybe it's true. Maybe every program does need money. And we do have money, but we can't help every program. And so programs now are trying to do what they can to get revenue. And sometimes we're only doing with what we know within the box that we can think in, because sometimes sometimes we're not allowed to think that we can think outside the box because we restrict ourselves. Maybe it's because someone that's on council makes us think we should not think outside the box. Maybe it's someone at home that whispers in our ear all the time that makes us think we should not think outside the box. It's just a mindset that holds us down, and it's not a wrong mindset. It's just it's what we were given over the course of the last 150 years. And so I just want to say that with SWA going this route of trying to do an increase on the rent was so that they can try to do more work on another side. I can see the reason why they did it. But after listening to just the conversations going on and everything else and realizing that we are a sovereign nation, there are other routes to get to the same destination. But one thing I did realize is when we have an idea and someone else suggests something different, for some reason we have this preconceived notion that we're going to clash. Like, no, your way's wrong, my way's right, and it's this way or the highway. And one thing that I really stand clear on that I hear throughout the courses of council, throughout the courses of the year, in this building and other buildings with other tribal leaders, is this unity, this idea of unity. The big thing that's always missing is the real component, and like that's prayer. That's our spiritual way of life. That's the love that we have for one another. You know, we work for the people, and that is true. Our people also work for the tribe. And you can't have a distinction between the people that are our tribal members and the people that are our tribal members that work for the tribe. They're all one and the same. They're all our people. And all our people are trying to do the best for all our people. And I know that everyone in this room, you know, Everyone in this room currently was voted in by the people. And everyone has this profound fact that they want to do the best for the people. And because we are all individuals, we're going to assume that I could probably do it better than you. You could probably do it better than me. These are just little things that I've noticed. Because it's true. We won't address it, but it's true. And so with SWA coming in, a working session will be greatly needed. And I do hope that we can come to a better agreement and that you guys are allowed to get something out of it for your guys' benefits as a SWA business model so that you guys can get the money later on down the road. And how we can get to there, though, I know that we all have to start learning how to trust one another. That is the key thing to all of this, is trusting one another. Trusting each and every one of you. That's what I understand as a family unit, as a Lakota family unit, is having that trust. Knowing that if I'm sick today, that one of you guys in here will fight for me tomorrow. Knowing that if my grandfather his heart stops beating today, that I can keep his voice and his message going on tomorrow, because he trained me to do that, because he trusts me. And that's the one thing that I wish that we can do, that I want us to start doing, is trusting one another. Not just around this table, but trusting our directors, because we elected them. The council elected every director for every position, because we trusted them. We trusted them in that moment, and we have to trust them to take us to the next 7 generations, as long as one of us. I just wanted to say that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Lila, Alvin, Royal, and Ben.
And you too. Thank you, President. Thank you, Council, for being here today. And this is a really important discussion we're having. One of many more that we need to have. And, we're not going to come up with all the answers, but on a tape, thank Mike Jean for bringing that up. It's one solution, that we can try. And it's going to hopefully halt this for a little bit, because my phone's going crazy with a lot of questions. And the sad thing that none of us are not looking at, all the way from law enforcement to housing to social services, everything that we don't want to look at and we don't want to face in reality is our addictions. That's what it is. We're not getting anywhere until we face our truth. That's what it does. The addictions and all this stuff that we face every day, it's the same thing that housing deals with, that council deals with, that police deal with, that everybody deals with, is how our community has come to be today. That's what it is. And what I'd like for us to do is get together and combat how we're going to do this together. Because a night of drinking could lead to so much that affects every one of us. And since 2015, since I come here on this body, that's what I've always brought up. Every department needs social workers. Everybody. We need social workers. We are losing our way of life. I sit here thinking about the beauty we have. Now we're just Indians in the summer. Sundance. 4 days. That's what we're coming to. It's sad, and I'm probably gonna hurt people's feelings or what have you, but it's the truth. Any other time,
We're not acknowledging these values. We're not acknowledging each other. Oh, they work at housing, I'm over here, you know. No, we're not getting anywhere until we start facing our truth about our people screaming for help. Where are our programs at? Where are the people out there, boots on the ground, they say? Doing it, 8 to 5, and that's it. Don't bother me, don't call me, nothing. I did my job. No, it goes beyond that. You know, it's hard to hear, but it's hard to hear because it's like evening, you know, we have on call. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't. If I could learn how to light a pilot light, you know, this Google, that's what I do. Can't depend on a person. I depend on my phone because it's the truth. And we can no longer call on each other for help. We're not very good relatives anymore. In order to heal, in order to move on, to get answers, we got to do this together. Every single one of us should get in buses and what have you. Honey, in the 70s, they walked to D.C. They did though. They occupied that Bureau building. Honey, wash, ake yuha. They had power in here. Not by a job title, not by the government saying, you know what, you're this, you're that. They did it as a Lakota person. And we have to, we got a lot of young people out there in college. We don't even utilize them. We don't even have a place for them, but they want to help us. We don't open our doors to help with the right avenues. So for me, until we face the, you know, the monster that sits in there and waits for us every day to come face it, it's gonna be like this. You know, the houses that are damaged, the evening, you know, the nights, a lot of things happen. And we have to face it head on with facts, and we have to face it. And long time ago, they used to get after each other. But today it's different. We're too soft, you know, we get our feelings hurt and we get offended. And, you know, I'm trying not to be like that because it doesn't get us anywhere. So that's what I'm saying out of my heart and honestly, is that we gotta battle these addictions. If you give somebody the keys to a brand new fixed house, have they gone to treatment? Have they gone to parenting class? Those are things we really need to look at. We can't force things on people, but we can offer it. We can offer these things to our people. It's sad because it seems like we're on a trend of, what are we going to do now? No, we still need to utilize what we have here, which is wellness. So maybe collectively, if all the entities have a wellness day, wellness week, wellness, just get it in our heads, so we're so sick of hearing it that we want to be well. You know, it's a lot of this is hard because, you know, money is short and money is needed for everything. But again, not if something happened to a home and we have, like, FEMA wouldn't even help us. You know, we got to that point. We got to not depend on the government so much, but find a way to help ourselves. And if we're going to give these second chances,
You know, we have to work on ourselves as a entity. When we go in a building and now we have structures where everything, you know, I like it when I see art, when I see this, it invites me because I really, I like our culture. I love our culture. But then you go in there and, you know, you're no, 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 no. Where did we learn that word from? You know, there's ways to help each other, but we don't do it well. And when we're putting people homeless, we're putting families out. What is the tribe? What council? What is our decision? When housing says, nope, we're done, out, get out of here, nope, you can't see us, you can't, nothing, you owe us $15,000. No, you know, we're done with you. That's our problem, you guys. That's us. What are we gonna do? I sit there and I think, gee, when we had COVID, boy, we sure came up with ideas, putting people here and there. But now we're not doing it. We gotta buy some buildings. We gotta invest somewhere. COVID trailers didn't work. Just, you know, they just became a headache. Second, our community buildings, they're not up to par. They don't have what's needed there for children, for families. So now, what is our next thing we're gonna try? We gotta do something, because when these guys are maxed and they can't do anything anymore, it's us. That's our responsibility. And a lot of times, that's where the hopelessness comes in. I don't want to lose our people to hopelessness. You know how it's hard today because the Wotakuya now is just barely hanging on. Barely. By one little string. That relationship, because of how we are today. So you guys, use our culture. The answers are all there. It's in our Chanupa way of life. It's in our, right there. All that. That's where our answers are for us. So, you know, maybe over here, you know, master manipulators, the government are, right? Somewhere in there, somebody here, we learned something to manipulate. Why don't we do it to ourselves? Boy, the government sure gets away with it. We know how to say no, 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 no. But we got to find a way to manipulate things within ourselves. We can't be so siloed. We got to create these connections to each other. And say, hey, you know what? Maybe if council gave 10,000, my Lekshi Daryl can tell you, you can buy a big Quonset, a big building with that. And inside, maybe we all can chip in and fix it. So there is a place, another homeless place. I don't like to say homeless, but something like that. Something, we gotta do something. We gotta think beyond. And if we're gonna send delegations to DC, they're actually, they wanna help us, but they're overpowered by the Republican Party right now. So right now, for now, we gotta do what Hojan just did. You know, kind of wait a little bit and let's see what we can do, and then come up with another thing. Be like this. And people who, our tribe is gonna have to find we have social services, we have social service committee. We're gonna need social workers now. We're gonna have people say housing, refer your first offense, maybe refer them to this place. And then this family get help. And then that way they can go home. Something. But we gotta think bigger, and we have to think better. It may not cost us a whole lot of money, but those are my deals, is like, it's got us, the addictions have us. We did a mass eviction. That didn't help us, Housing's trying to always find ways to work and try to find ways to help us. But now, the rent's rising, and with a fixed income, many can't afford that $100. Our elderly, they barely make it. But we can work with some stuff here. And I think having those these conversations, real conversations, that we can get somewhere and start a priority, a new priority list for ourselves. But council, we have to think about this. We have to get with it, because I already have some homelessness in my community, and it's really hard, maybe 3-4 families living in a super 100, that kind of stuff. So the other thing I wanted to bring up was, okay, so you have that portion, and then you have tenants who are excellent tenants. They pay constantly, just always on time, payroll deductions, what have you. And what is their reward? Do they get a reward? Do they get anything? So we have two like this. And do they get a chance at, say, moving into a bigger house or moving into something? What is our balance there for people who do pay their rent and people who are always on time? So what is there for that group? We're getting desperate now because, I got them, Marion, whoever, you all probably did, but people are like, well, gee, might as well quit work. That's not a solution. But just something for all of us to think about. Let's think wellness. Let's not get down and depressed about this. Let's think wellness. Let's think about that. Maybe your maintenance workers are, the maintenance guys, they see hard stuff. They go in a home and they see some wicked stuff. But they do it because there's little kids there. These little kids, they shouldn't have to live in a hard condition. So, everybody's important. Everybody. When we have these, everywhere we work, I always tell them that you're important there. Maybe they're all busy or something, but then you have somebody who's part-time janitor and part-time can do maintenance, basic maintenance. We can work with St. Francis Indian School. That was brought up before. There's options that we have here, but we're not looking at it. We're scared to knock. We shouldn't be afraid to knock. So I think it's a challenge for us. It's a challenge for us to say, hey, I need your help. We're not really like that. We're prideful people. But here we can say that we need your help. And let's do it, because if we don't do something, they're going to take our kids away, everybody. That's the next thing that's probably going to come. They're going to load up buses and they'll take our kids away because they will say you can't take care of your kids. That could happen. Again, they could come in buses and whatever and say, just get those kids and take them. We're going to put them back in Pennsylvania because those people don't know how to take care of their kids. Look at the conditions they live in. Which means down to even picking up trash in our reservation. Where it's dangerous, it's scary, because if we lose our kids, boy, that's another genocide. They're already onto us. They know what pulls us. They know what breaks us. They know what hurts us. And we have to do better. We have to be better. And all our little internal politics, all our little side whatever, let it go. This is not a time for it. Let's get along and let's help each other. Let's be Lakota every day, all day long. If you have a Lakota name, then we are adhered. When we have a feather in our head, we are adhered to be helpful to our relatives. Those are laws, those are our laws, you guys. They belong to us. It's ours. And this IRA government, it's so over here that we don't even have a choice, but we could have a traditional, our own over here. We have good people who are good thinkers, good elders out there who really know what to do. We got to reach out. We got to create something here because what we have now, it isn't working and it's hard for us. I know it's hard for you guys. So wellness and coming together and housing and the council and the PD and all of us, daycare, everybody, SGU, we got to start the collaboration. Collaboration is what always is, something good always comes out of that. So those are my encouragement to you guys as well, that we leave here with something in a good way. And right now we have this to hold us off for a little bit. And we can have our talks and we can get something going for ourselves. And you know, it's like the quietest people have always been the biggest help. And I always think about Amos. You know, he was that way, a quiet man, but boy, he really moved mountains for us. So I'm thankful for you guys, and I'm thankful for the work you guys do. Now Kim's in that position, but we're here to help you, Kim. Whatever it is that we have to do, you know, we'll help. So thank you for that. Thanks for listening to me rant, but you know, the reality of it is that big monster of addictions. Pilamaya.
Alvin, Royal, Ben, Sherry.
It's kind of two questions like the maintenance program needs to fight a fire. You know, there's a lot of houses that, especially St. Francis, there are 3 houses over there without water, and they have been trying to call maintenance, but nothing has been done yet. So they keep calling me. And another thing that I would like to say is that I travel quite a bit, and I'm rich to the west of us. I've always thought that they live like a place in third world country. And now they're ahead of us. It's this reservation that looks like a third world country. You drive around, you see up all the beat up houses. Cars stacked, trash laying all over. You know, most of this is SWA houses that are beat up. Go to Ring Thunder. All them houses need to be renovated out there. They haven't been touched since 1978. My sister lived out there. All that siding gone on the north side, all the windows need to be replaced. Been putting in work orders with that guy over there all this time. I even asked him to go out there and look at them houses. He just drove by, didn't even bother coming over there. My sister lived there. She fell off those steps twice. She broke her rib, she broke her arm, and nothing being still done yet. Ask me what, 50, 40 years? You guys need to get a light up there, man. You know, you're trying to get rent increases that you don't deserve. You know, all this needs to be done. And all it takes is good leadership. You inherited this as a director, as an acting director. And I hope that you can light a fire underneath these guys, because nobody has it lately. You know? Thank you.
Royal, Ben, Sherry, Totes.
Io che accettavo che ne pencismo, lei per voi che facciamo che kan hekta che tako chiwa hana wagla ka bi kan oyate kan ta this afternoon council and administration and oyate hogna na kho na ka bi kan hekta ke miza tako na wapasi na ha hetkata ha lel wong makai kha lel tako ichua na lel omani wakake na ha hekta ka uyoi ha pata ktawa na obo la kapi na hekta ka tako ichua na yani wapska wakake leta na ha wapati ta ash nazi okia sa hekta ka tagni he blahashni hekta ka wai sa he ichama shitat kha ash hekta ka wayak chami kha ki hena hechna iblable na kia wai na hekta ka tako cha ya kha hekta ka tako iwak pazoki na tako wagala kapi he wai chitu piki oyate khanta ha lel tako chua hena obalake. So, first of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to Bluyas Koktalo. When it comes to advocacy, let ona yakapi hena oyate hugana today yaba tashna where we go and what we do to advocate. It comes to my terms on this body and things. There's always a history within our government, why we came from here to here. And I commend Monica and Kim because they were there when, rest in peace, Amos, and we look back on the history of housing when it was HUD and MIPA. When we look at HUD and MIPA, utility checks, and we look at home ownership and all these, we look at how adulting, utility checks, paying for lights, and all these things. There's always a history. And even as far as NASDA, and as far as grants, trying to get away from grants, self-sufficient. We're always depending on the government for a handout. And I even talked, I don't like advocating because even traveling, my check got hit. I owed money for traveling. Maybe I was discreet here or there. Maybe I didn't turn in a receipt or something. But to me, I don't have that ability to pay in what I owe. But I know how it goes to go to D.C. I've been there. I've advocated Harold Fraser and Scott Weston when they were chairmen. There were ways we had meetings and speaking in those Senate offices and Congressman Dusty Johnson. We look at how they sculpture those meetings up there, and even knowing going in there who's going to talk, who brought what, and I know we have to take stuff from here. Because meeting process, what should you what we take here, we have to take it now. So I commend the older ones who know about this MIPA and know about HUD, home ownership, paying utilities with people's utility checks, teaching them how to adult. Now we have to talk. And when we live Lakota, nobody, my grandma and my grandpa, and they didn't know about bank accounts or they didn't know about college tuition. My daughters went to college. But all that was never taught to me. When I went to Congress, we went to the White House, we went to John Thune, we went to Rollins, we went to Dusty Johnson, and then while they were at BIA meeting, I scheduled a meeting with NASDA and HUD because that was something that I wanted to do. I did create a letter, but there was too much strong wording in there that it was kicked back. I just wanted, to put forth something because I was told, when I met with HUD and NASDA, they asked me if I brought anything. Did you bring anything with you? I said, no, I tried, but the repeal was too strong of a word. Well, they said, well, NASDA was created by a Republican party. And it was a supplement to tribes to have self-sufficient. So the plan was to get away from grants. And when that went forth, NASDA, and I don't know who decided to change from MIPA and HUD, maybe Monica or Kim, or maybe those guys are. I'm your, but there's a history within that, where we are. We're not way out there literal. For handouts, we depend on federal grant and headhunter. And I know they told me that what I'm saying there, because whatever money amounts within that NASDA, there was never, with our treaties, there was never a number agreed within those. But I told them, NASDA works for smaller tribes, but when it comes to large tribes, I said, there's no plan for homeless. But when we push people out of the homes, there's no plan for homeless. But I know, speaking with some people who know about the housing and where it came from to hear it, I was told that in the past, occupancy had counselors, and they were watchdogs if somebody became out of compliance with any kind of NASDA. These counselors will go to these houses, knock on the door, and hey, you're out of compliance here, so let's bring you back in so you don't get evicted. But now we come to grants, we come to that status where we're not codependent on the government. And I told them my thoughts, that when it comes to the treaty, I'll say it again, there was nothing in there agreeing to live on 9 reservations, to be paying something. But I know, I commend that the ones who took it on, the ones who were there when that HUD and MIPA, home ownership, I think they matched your payment. And when you paid your house off, they went in, they redid it again. There's always a history. Maybe Mike was around when that, because he's the oldest one on here. MIPA and HUD and all that, home ownership, and Wayne and Willie, all you guys, and now Opie, the older ones, they know where it came from here to here. So, when we look at housing, so after all that, going to that, they told me that there was going to be reform of NASDA, and they needed the tribe to put forth. So what this plan here that we talk about, that should be in place with the resolution that we can take that and put it in there, because when they reform NASDA, that could be in there. When this planning comes into place, so when we come to NASDA, and when we come to HUD, MEPA, I don't know if that's, when, there was a way of, getting away from grants, self-sufficient. That, we think that, the federal government is our mom, our dad, or somebody that, beg for, federal funding. And I said that to Rounds. I said, we cry around and we get all upset over millions from the federal government when there's a tourism, our Black Hills, and treaties, all these. I said, there's probably trillions made with tourism. And I said, there probably could be a bill within the state of South Dakota or federal allowing 9 tribes to get into that tourism tax. Instead of fighting for millions and crumbs, could be trillions. Our tribe. And he said, oh, no, it's not that much. It's let me get you the numbers. So I said, all right, yeah, I'll wait for that. So I wanted to email him and ask him, instead of fighting for crying over millions and being a codependent, our minds are different. Our people's minds are different. Well, now we wait for handouts and we oppress each other. Oppression. There's oppression within our people. Even we stand here and talk. We put things out there. If we come to know what the histories are and how these housing come about, and these ladies, they know, they've been in this housing game for a long time. So Soyapi, they know what came from here to here. So I commend even Yagapi. They know Yani Soyapi being in the housing. I'll say that much.
Sherry Totes, Tammy.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Earl. There's a lot of good issues. I want to make a motion to have the first planning meeting, SWA, RST Council. And when I say council, I don't just mean the representatives, I mean the whole council, so I want the admin to feel admin. Yeah. And I think we need to veer, like Emily said, we need to veer away from defining them as admin and different from us because we're all the council. But motion to have the first planning meeting with SWA, RST Council, and legislative affairs to attend as well. So with legislative affairs on January 29th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the council chambers.
Second, Tammy. Question, Totes, all in favor?
I just have a quick comment. Is anybody going to be attending SG Founders Week? Because those are the events that. I believe we'll make that first meeting.
Okay. Even if it's a short meeting, just schedule the next meetings. Would be good.
I just got an invitation for one of the 29th.
Emily, are you voting?
That's in the evening.
Calvin, are you voting? Mike?
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Kim, on that day, would you please bring your needs analysis and just your annual budget and have all that stuff ready for the meeting? Okay, my second motion is to have legislative affairs work with our lobbyists to schedule a meeting with members of Congress towards the end of February or beginning or in the month of March regarding HUD funding.
Second, Tammy, question, Totes, all in favor?
What were those dates, Sharon?
The end of February or sometime in March.
$15,
Opposed?
0,
No voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Motion to approve travel for those set dates. Where do we, for the date to be determined?
Second, Tammy. Question? Votes? Go ahead,
Would
Emily.
it ever been possible to bring any of those legislators here? And I only ask that because whenever we try to advocate, so many of the new ones especially don't understand our living conditions or even what we're talking about because they're from urban areas. So I was wondering if there was any flexibility to maybe offer them to come here, or is it only us to go there?
It all depends on their schedules.
I think we could do that. I'd like to set up an initial meeting, and I was hoping that at these planning meetings, I want to make some suggestions that maybe we ask the tenants to send pictures rather than having the SWA go out, give an email or a text or a phone where all of the tenants can send pictures of their units, so we could give Congress a picture of what we are working with and what the lack of maintenance has been doing. And I would like this meeting to be a little different because most of us have known HUD gets so much money and they can only do so much with that money. So if we go to HUD and have a meeting with them, that's fine. But I want us to go see members of Congress, but not just Rounds, Thune, and Johnson. I'd like to see other members of Congress. They all need to know. A lot of them have no idea of what our living conditions are here or what kind of circumstances our tribe lives under.
Sherry, maybe when you have your first initial meeting with HUD, you can set out the invite with the pictures. And then maybe if you want to meet with the other members of Congress, you can do that through Coalition of Large Tribes. Because with the large tribes land base, you can reach out with those other congressional members.
Okay. I just didn't want to meet with these members of Congress with any other tribes. I wanted it just to be the spotlight just on Rosebud. Because if the specific ask was for 8 million for this year or next year to get us up on our feet, that's kind of what I was thinking that we would ask for. And then go with Colt another time and meet with them to advocate for all the large land-based tribes.
Okay, can we get back to our vote and then you guys can finish your discussion? All in favor?
I have another question.
After this,
Oh, no, it's discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just about the trip and everything. I was just wondering, is the intention, I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume, assuming that it'd be ongoing. So the reason I'm asking is because I really feel that in order to make them effective meetings, we need to have our plan first, and that might take some internal time with our internal working group. So I just want to ensure that that's the goal.
That is the goal.
Because it sounds like if we meet with them in February, we may not have our plan ready yet. So I just wanted to make sure that that's still part of the, you know what I mean? Because I haven't asked, you know what I mean?
I was setting the dates so we could rush and get this plan done because I don't want us to lose sight of it.
No, I'm still discussing. We're in the middle of the discussion.
We're not calling for the count yet. We're still having discussion on the motion on the floor.
you had a question, so that's why he's counting, because it was first, your motion, second, a question.
Whoever called for the question, would you rescind your question, please, so we could finish discussion?
That's Totes. Totes, can you recall your question?
Yes, things are happening way too fast. We need to respect council when they raise their hand. When they raise their hand and when they're having a discussion, they shouldn't have to stop. No one should have to stop the discussion on this floor when it pertains to the well-being of our people and our programs. So I am going to rescind it so she can finish asking questions. It's very important.
Yep. With that, you have to remember that when somebody has the floor, only that person can speak. Go ahead, Emily.
You have the floor.
Go ahead, Emily.
Finish our discussion because I want the people to hear it.
No, I already asked my question. I was just waiting for your response, and I was just trying to figure out what was going on because I thought the procedure was a second or a motion, a second, and then you get allowed discussion. And you asked if my discussion was still relevant, which I was assuming it was, and so I thought I had the floor. So it is very disrespectful for that. Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting you as well.
Oh, you didn't interrupt, I'm good. That was the plan, and I guess it put a heavy, timeline on the DC trip, so we would get this done right away. I don't want it to go over a course of 4 months.
Makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Yes, I'm ready to vote. Sorry for that.
All right, thank you. Emily. Question? Any more discussion? If not, I need a question.
Oops, call for the question.
Question by Totes, all in favor?
Fourteen,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
One more thing, treasurer board, I have a request. We had a presentation here at one time, and Joel Burnett from HUD 184 came, and he did speak about the ability for us to start financing duplexes. Would you gather some information from Joel on that to see if that's something that the council would be interested in doing? Thank you. Would you like that in motion form?
Fine, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Treasurer.
And Totes, Tammy.
I just got a quick one. I know it's going beyond there, and I hate to keep you guys longer than you have to here, even though we did. So I do apologize, but I've got some, I guess for me, it's really concerning, I guess, a lot of things that we've been discussing, especially with HUD and SWA. I believe when we got on council here, and not only that, last year, there was a big push to find out what our people's needs are for their housing. So I know ARPA had a big issue, and the chairwoman's offices even actually went out there to repair houses. So I think that should already be in a place, you know, on what these houses need. So, and I know a lot of our tenants right now and all the people who are looking for these repairs are still waiting, either to fill out the application or still waiting. So that's one of our biggest concerns right now. My biggest concern is that we're going to go back and ask the people to redo that again. Now it's really kind of tough because, you know, what's going to happen? You know, what's the outcome of that again? So I do understand having our tenants say, you know, what's all wrong with your house again, so we can do it again. But it's not ARPA, it's not the chairman's office, it's not anybody else, it's SWA now. Now they're asking. So anyway, just making sure that we have a consensus right now that we all should be working together no matter what. And I always feel that if it was a business decision through SWA to make that decision to increase the rent, then again, I always say going back to the education process of putting it out there to the people, to the tenants. But I also want to make sure that if it is the funding source that's going to be related, I would like to have the funding source down here so we can visit with them also, so we can let them know how bad our people are in our communities and how bad the housing is. Because again, they can make all the decisions up there in a different place and tell them what you guys are supposed to be doing, but yet they don't understand where we're coming from, you know. So that's my biggest concern, is I'd rather have them down here so we can visit with them and they can go around and see. I think we just dealt with a legal team that went out, that was here, came down here, and they went to go see the conditions of a place, and then they actually advocated for that. So I was kind of thinking, well, you guys were here, you guys were down here, you guys were able to see this, yeah. So I don't know if they ever came down before, but I don't know if they ever were down here representative or not, but I do feel that because this is putting a hinder on you guys, SWA, to increase the rent, that I think they should be here. So, and also us as a governing body, getting all those concerns from the tenants. So I do believe that they should probably be here so we can actually address those concerns also. We always can meet in Washington on a lot of things, but with what's going on right now, at the end of this month, there's an issue with our funding. You know, whether it's going to be continuing resolution, whether it's going to be a new funding issue, or we're going to be the government's going to shut down again. So a lot of concerns, a lot of issues, and we haven't been dealing with that. But in the meantime, here, you know, I'd rather see that. I guess for me, we do have representatives that sit on those boards and those committees. That's one of the reasons why I say that if it was brought to their attention and they could come here and let us know, then we would be up to par. We have communications of what's going on. But that isn't happening. I mean, I know it's kind of our fault too, though. But you know, I would have been as nice as far as stopping the rent. I would have been a little bit more demanding, only because we've had a lot of chartered entities that disrespected this council by not abiding what they wanted. They always went their own direction. And yeah, we give them that opportunity, but if you can give us some information and why. But, since I sat on this council, I've seen, quite a bit of entities, chartered entities that went off on their own and did their own, which is understandable. But, if it's going to change something, then I think we do need to have some input on that or insight on it. So, it's very disheartening to hear that, the board kind of went off and went in a different direction, with this motion that was made here back in, I think, November. So that's what my thoughts on it was that, if that was directed by here as council and it wasn't followed, then what do we do? So I get kind of upset about it, seeing that. And I myself too is one that would go out there and do things too. I'm boots on too. I would rather go out there and do what we can to help out. But, again, when we're here, we're making people accountable. That's what I think we should probably kind of look into. So, but that is just my comment on it. I just want to make sure that, it's relayed to not only the SWA board, but the program too, that, this board is the arm or the umbrella of these chartered entities. So if it is something with the funding agency, I do like to see them here. As a member of council and voted in here, I do like to see them here so we can actually discuss it with them, and get them know what we're going through here. But that's all I needed to bring up. I wanted to make it short. So, but thank you guys for coming. I do apologize for missing your day of work and stuff. So I do apologize that for. But thank you for coming, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ben. Coates?
Just real quick, you guys are short on, is there any way, have we ever taken, proposals in from, say if somebody has a team out there in the community with maybe 4 or 5 workers, have you guys ever taken proposals in from them to help with you guys with your maintenance or redoing a home? Or do you guys have a process that you have to go through? So someone to maintenance, like somebody to go in and help with redoing a house.
Independent contractor.
Yep.
We have contractors, working on some of our units. Monica takes care of the contracts. They're contractors that we actually, have a contract with to rehab a house.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Kim, whenever you guys do your, get your stuff together, can you include a tenant, association for our meeting, like implementing one for our tenants? I know you guys have a grievance process and stuff for tenants, but I think if you have a tenant association, that could probably really help you guys as well, plus the tenants. Thank you.
Chris?
Not for SWA, this is just for my colleagues. If anyone can answer me, because I'm just listening to this conversation next week's, the casino, and that's gonna be the priority then, and so I'm looking ahead, to the board members of SWA that are on council. I just have a weird question. What's the point of the board? We just make the final decision at the end of the day. Anyone?
I have the answer, but I'll offer a comment just from my experience, because you asked the board members. From what I've been saying since I've been on the board is there's a detachment, or there's kind of a barrier between us and our chartered entities. So when we're talking specifically about housing, I think the intention when we started the charter and everything was all together, realizing that we are all the tribe. We're doing this as a separate entity legally to get housing for our people. Now, fast forward 30 years or however many years it's been, and we have, like I mentioned, staff up there that are very good at what they do. However, because there's that detachment now and the separation between council and our chartered entities, we are not communicating regularly with them to let them know or guide them into making sure that they're still on track of meeting the goals that are designed and by this body or by our people. Had we had some, at least an annual check-in to make sure, yes, you're still online, yes, these are the goals that we want you to meet, I feel that's what we're missing. Because what we allowed then is we allowed people to become experts in a federal system, which I totally agree that's what happened, that had to get us to where we are today. But I also agree that more than one thing could be true at the same time, which is we are now at a point where we don't have to be stuck underneath federal guidelines. We could diversify that and expand to what it really means to meet the housing needs of Lakota people here on Rosebud. But without discussions with all of us together, including our people, including the staff, including this body here as leadership, we're all going to be working on different things. And that's what I see is our staff is really good at staying within line. But for example, I'll give you an example of trying to get a house, right? You need a home site. So we have somebody up there, but again, their parameters and their guidelines are all HUD-based, are all NAHASDA-based, and are all federal-based. But we also have a whole system over here on the tribal side that should be just as important and staying in compliance with on getting the leasing, on making sure that you're going to get your road and everything that has to come along with the house, right? But because we don't talk, we let these people, our own people, work for a year or 6 months or longer going down a path that really they shouldn't have been working on had we had these conversations and been able to give them true guidance. And so I know I'm not answering your question, but just as a board member who I still feel is really new to council, is that's what I feel we need. We need to have these conversations to ensure that everybody is still working for a common goal, because that can change over some decades. Sorry if I was not good.
That's so would you, just with that, based off of your own personal interpretation of the question, with your best interpretation to your opinion on this, would you say that it would be convenient to do what the casino has to do at the end of every month, to where they come here and talk about the issues that we have? Would it be convenient for other chartered entities to, follow that same path?
I think if we were maybe a way to have maybe the two council reps that sit in there, maybe we give a report and then we expect them to come, I don't know, quarterly or something a little bit more regular than annually. That way, if there are issues that we need to work on, they happen a little bit sooner than that 1 year timeline.
Yeah, I was just curious because I'm just like, just on the basis of what SWA is asking, the fact that they're a chartered entity with the board and then we're council, and the fact that I'm also a part of a board member of a different entity of the casino. We still have to come here every month and do a report to you guys. We're the only entity that has to come, chartered entity that has to come here and do a report to you guys. And I know that, I mean, it's tough to say if it's working or not for the casino. It's really tough to say if that's working or not. Seeing if the hand that council puts in the casino is working, or if the board is working, or if they're both not working. It's hard to say because I'm still new to both of those two. I'm 3 months into that. So it's kind of hard to figure out identity, if you can get what I'm trying to say, for a entity, their own identity, because that's the whole idea of a charter, is to separate from the politics. From my understanding, I could be wrong. And so I figured, that's my only example is the casino. And so I'm curious if we do need to meet more often with these chartered entities. Is it possible to where we can do it like how the casino does it for that whole last week, where we just have one chartered entity report to us on those days so that we stay up to date, so that it doesn't look like it's overstepping the board, so that we can actually have conversations where the board and the council can communicate in a good way to try to make decisions for all of these entities, chartered entities. I'm just curious if that's an idea or an avenue that we might consider going down sooner than later. Because from the conversations, I think that's what we might have to do. Because again, I don't know if it's working for the casino or not. It's tough to say. This year is going to play out. We'll find out this year. Well, from my own experience. So I'm curious, and if it does, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should look at our bylaws and add it to a council meeting so we can meet more. Just some ideas.
Can I add a comment? Yeah. I just think I like the way you're thinking. I think just trying new things and seeing if they work and see if they don't, because it's clear some things that we're currently doing aren't working, right? So it might be trial and error, but I just wanted to point out that that's always been our way, is learning and then adapting and basing our decisions based on what we learn. But I also just want to say the reason why I want to go back to you and Sherry's suggestions of having these working sessions is to make sure that we're all aligned underneath a common goal. Because something you just said about our chartered entities being separate to be removed from politics isn't the only reason why they're chartered entities. they're also chartered entities for legal purposes so that we can carry out certain things, so that we can have certain actions that, I don't know, there's lots of reasons. It's not just the political aspect, because when you say politics, sometimes we say removing it from council. And I also just want to remember that the reason why we have a council is to be a voice for our people. And sometimes removing the politics is removing our people. And I feel like that's kind of what's happened here too, is because we don't have a tenant board, or because we don't have some of these communication, things lined up, we are missing a big portion of who should be giving input on some of these decision makings, and also who should be giving us, assessment information on, are we meeting these goals? Because if we allow all of our chartered entities to feel like they are totally separate, that's what I feel why we're in this situation, because they aren't totally separate. The only reason why we have these entities is to fulfill goals and meet needs of our people. And legally, we might have had to set it up that way, but I feel we are all the tribe, and we should all be working towards a common goal. And without that, that's where this power separation comes into play, and that's what I feel is the true politics, not the people sitting around this board.
Yeah, perfectly said. So with that too, just another question for, not SWA, just for my friends. So then with that understanding, because I believe in that, I understand that. Then I think about our own committees. I sit on budget and finance and land and natural, and I know when we do stuff, sometimes it gets questioned by other on council, by other members, because again, we just don't have that trust with one another. And yeah, we are supposed to have those. We're supposed to have discussions on those committees here too, but we never have the time, because just like right now with me, I'm wasting time with all of us. I know, I feel like I'm wasting time, but I know the questions I'm asking are valid too. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's up for everyone else to decide. But so it makes me question that then, because I know that is a big issue within our own body when it comes to our committee level and our council level. So I'm curious if I know that at the end of the day, when something doesn't get done on committee level, whoever it is, whether it's a tribal member or a committee member or a council member, if we didn't like it on the committee, we'll go straight to council and make it happen. And then so then where's that trust too then within our own body? So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we can build that trust with every entity looking at this board behind you guys. Because that's what it all comes down to, is when are we going to come to the table and trust one another? Because we're all tribal members at the end of the day, all of us. And so at what point, and what is micromanaging? Like, at what point is that become a micromanagement system? Because I understand the fine line, and it's thinner than these little lines in front of us right now. And I can see why certain aspects, and that goes back to that trust. It's just opinions that we all share with one another. So I'm just trying to figure out, as a chartered entity, with both the casino having to come here every month because it's in our bylaws, and then other chartered entities having issues that we don't even know about because we don't get a time to meet with them. I'm wondering if maybe we should go down that route. Going forward, to make it where it's in the bylaws so they can meet with us once a month or once every 2 months. Who knows? But they're just ideas, thoughts, food for thought. I just wanted to share that because I was pondering it.
Chris, if there's no more questions, Kim, do you have anything that you wanted to report other than this? Because you are on the agenda, and that's what I was going to let Chris know. SWA is on our agenda for every council meeting, irrelevant to the other chartered entities, yeah. But they are on our agenda. But we have the office of trustees still here. We have IHS here. If there's no more questions regarding the issue at hand with the rent, then if SW doesn't have anything else that they want to bring to the floor, then we want to thank them for being here. Sheriff Wayne.
I just wanted to make one comment. I know that it's not you guys, but I truly hope that when we go back and look at the board, that what happened today does not cause a conflict. We all meet together, so I hope there's not any feelings hurt or any animosity, because that's the last thing we need. And I know how hard you guys work, I know all the problems you have up there. Thank you for it. I just wanted to check out.
I just wanted to make a final motion, and I need some council input on this. I wanted to set a deadline for an answer from the board. What does council think? How long should we give the SWA to set an emergency meeting to give us an answer on whether they're gonna consider our motion requesting the pause?
Kim,
I thought you wanted to set one for the 29th.
That was a working session meeting between us and you guys, so we could start planning for our DC.
So that wouldn't be included in it.
No, because I know your board's gonna need to meet and discuss.
when is your next board meeting?
February 5th. But I can,
So you could set it for after that February 5th meeting, because they'll need to take it to their committee.
Well, I was hoping that you could request that the board schedule a special meeting just for that purpose, to discuss our motion and come back to us with an answer on the 29th.
And if we can get
so.
Yeah, so-
Is it by council or by the night?
Come back on it.
Mike, oh, Sherry, are you?
It's
Hold
up
on,
to you
Mike.
guys. Oh, it's up to the council. When do you want to hear an answer back? Because I want to make a motion to set a deadline so that,
I would just suggest that Wednesday because we have council and if there's anything, depending on what that decision is, that we need to discuss at council, that might affect how we progress or, how we, address anything on the 29th. That would just be a suggestion.
okay, so
I think that's when.
by the 28th then? Is that, am I getting confused?
I mean, that was just a suggestion in case, like, if the board says no, then do we need to have another discussion on council on the 28th before that meeting of the
Yes.
29th?
Good idea.
Or if they say yes, or, whatever, what does that look like, so.
Monica?
I think on the 28th, we're scheduled to work on eminent threat and those houses, and we already set that time for 10 o'clock
That's
on
your time.
Tuesday. Is that Tuesday?
It's the 27th. We meet on
Oh,
the
okay.
27th.
The 27th, so we're
Eminent
going to
threat.
interfere with that one.
Okay. Oh, and just so there's no confusion, we would just have the deadline, so we would need to know by the 28th of our council meeting, so you guys could meet anytime from today till in between that date, today and the 28th. So I'll make a motion to set a deadline to hear back from the SWA board by January 28th on what the board decided on the council motion to pause the rent.
Got a second? Tammy, any discussion?
Just that doesn't mean you need to be here. You all can just send a message to the president and let the president know what the board decides, or Emily or Bill could inform us.
If there's no discussion, I need a question. All in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
one,
Not voting?
one.
Motion carried. Thank you, Sherry. I think that's all I have, Mike.
And I do want to encourage any of your staff that you want to bring to that meeting on the 29th, because they may have ideas and insight that we need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike and Tammy.
Yeah, been interesting listening to all this. I've been sitting on the sidelines as a spectator ever since 1960s when it comes to housing and our needs there. And probably the best thing that ever happened was and of course it was relevant to the times, was the advent of the transitional. I mean, that was the greatest thing since Mojapi and fry bread at the time. And it was a simple solution to a big problem. And it was a relatively inexpensive solution to a big problem. And we were able to do it.
we're not able to do that sort of thing anymore. That's problem one. I wanted to ask, this meeting's all about the rent increase, and I wanted to ask housing, and maybe they shared that number with it. How much money do you anticipate to raise by the rent increase that you're saying you need to adequately address the maintenance problem?
You say you have that? Yeah. I'll give you that piece right here.
Just a ballpark figure, I don't need to know. Yeah,
We're anticipating $735,529. Right now, currently, we are charging $893,316.
Almost time to eat.
Probably roughly about 90%.
So you hope by raising the rent, you hope to increase your revenue by $700,000?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we approach it from that standpoint? I believe that this governing body can find a way to get that money. But it's easy to say, difficult to do because of politics. We have the resources to raise that kind of money if this is the biggest problem we have right now that needs serious surgery. I know how to do it, but I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to be laughed out of here, and I don't want to be booed out of here, and I don't want to be criticized because that's what happens. So for now, I just wanted to put that out there. You know, Washington's not the solution to our problems. It's a temporary fix. In my mind, the problem with our housing is back in the day, the government gave us a lot of money to build nice houses that we couldn't afford to care for. Simple as that. Who's going to argue with that? This is all about money to keep get these houses back into safe living conditions, right? That's what this is all about. So, we can sit here and talk about, why they got run down and all that stuff, but the problem is they got run down because we couldn't keep up with it. Again, and one of the primary reason always is money. Well, we're the provider, this governing body here. We need to step up to the plate and find the money. I think we can. That isn't much money. How we found that much money for bonuses in the last 2 years. Now I'll probably get criticized for saying that. Well, we did, and we didn't go broke. So come on, you guys. And the other thing is, we need to put together, I wish we could do this. This body is not capable of sticking its hands in this project and fixing it. This body is the reason why we come to this. Because every 2 years, half of us are gone. And you bring new people in, and they make the decisions that this reservation lives and dies by. That's not management. It really isn't. Anyway, thank you.
Tammy? I'm good. Are you done? Oh. Are you done? Okay. If there's nothing else, okay, I'm gonna talk.
I want to thank the council, and we want to be respectful and mindful of our people also, and all of you. And it is all about money out there. I mean, it's maintenance, it's material, it's labor, and it just keeps on rising, and we're still down here. Our insurance on these houses is $1.3 million. That's a big chunk. Boom. It used to be like 300,000-400,000. We're just way beyond our means with that even. So it is costly just to keep housing going. But, you know, we can come to terms, and I'm glad you did pause without a massive something else, but our board does try. They really do. With what they can, you know, 5 of them, I think, usually there are 6. But, they listen to us, I hope, you know, and I hope they continue helping all of our staff. Without too much of a big, a massive change. We're just gonna have to take steps at a time, and what is this plan or assessment? Like you said, it's a good one, to start with that. But thank you.
Before I give the floor to Tammy, I have a question for you. I've been asking and I'm not getting the answer, so I'm gonna ask you from SWA. I sign off on a lot of the contracts that come to the tribe to be for services. And a few months back, I do read what I sign, and I was signing on an ARPA contract. And I noticed at the top of the ARPA contract was SWA unit numbers. But I have asked for, the money came from the tribe, from our ARPA, from within the tribe to our ARPA program to assist SWA in fixing some of these units. But I never got the number yet because I asked for the MOA or MOU that's going to show us exactly what that agreement is. And since we had ARPA money, SWA had ARPA money with our ARPA program helping SWA fix those units, is the tribe going to be reimbursed, or how did that work? That's why I asked, is there an MOA or MOU for this transaction that took place where our ARPA program is fixing SWA units? And do you have any idea how many they're going to be fixing? Yeah, it came from the tribe because I wasn't aware of it. It was just that when I was signing off, I noticed that this ARPA contract had an SWA unit number at the top of it, and that's why I questioned it.
That's their contract. The tribe put up monies to help assist the housing authority in getting our vacant units done.
Do you know how many that are getting repaired?
It was 40.
40?
Mm-hmm. To begin with, it was 40. I don't know if we can. It depends on their contract, how much they can help us. But we do have meetings and we try to do like 5, ahead of them.
Is there a MOA or MOU that was
I've
written into
never
this?
seen one. No, all it was a tribal motion with I think it was 800,000 or 800. And then also with the CCD station. The cleaning station. Yeah, the cleaning station.
All right, thanks,
Montreal. As far as I know, it was all by motion.
If that's all for SWA, oh, Tammy, sorry, I almost left her.
Just real quick, I was, taking mental notes on the cost of this, and that, and, the rent increase and whatever, but I really don't like to use this term, but I'm curious to ask and to know how much funds you guys spend on your attorney, because you said that you would like to make approximately $700 and some $1,000 off of this rent increase. And then it was 1.3 cost for insurance. But what is the overall cost for waiting longer than a year?
I'll have to bring that back.
Okay, and I'm asking because I'm sure a lot of your questions and answers are in NAHASDA and HUD, and basic, simple understanding. But I mean, if we're looking at cost saving or trying to generate, but we're spending more. That was just my
Yes, I think our contracts for the attorney fees are usually run about 100,000.
And then Kim's got that list of like our primary expenses.
Yeah.
We pay 400,
Go ahead, Kim.
we pay 400,000, to solid waste a year. 122,000 for pest control, 1.3 million for insuring our units. And that's just kind of an example of some of the big ones.
Coach, did you have a question? All right, if everybody's, oh,
No, I was gonna motion to approve the report.
okay. Motion by Chris to approve SWA's report. Do I have a second? Marion, question? Ben, all in favor? Oh. Where did our guy go?
Ben, count.
Ben, we got a motion. Got hands up.
What?
Oh.
Accepting or approving?
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you, SWA, for coming. If you want to bump fists or shake hands.
Thank you guys for coming. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
I'm trying.
How long is your report?
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I like.
Oh, I feel better after 8,
We got a real short report. We ordered food for you guys.
I know, I can't get rid of it.
So council, when you're done shaking hands, Jolene's gonna give her report and then we ordered food for you guys. We'll take a half-hour break.
Thank you, Jolene, for waiting again.
I know, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Administration Council, for your time. This is January's BTFA monthly report. I emailed it to each and every one of you with attachments showing the breakdown of the money. Starting off for Rosebud Sioux Tribe's general account, you have $29,792.78. TLE certificate account has $5,057,506.36. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account is at $10,323,803.45. This month's WAU listing, the whereabouts unknown accounts, we have $2,338, or 38 individuals. I attached that listing to the email for each of you to look at, and I encourage each of you to look at the report, and if you know anybody on there that has their name on there or is deceased, please call our office and let us know, so we can tag their account as estate. And, just looking into the future, we will have another will clinic in March 2027. So as we get closer, I'll be advocating for more recipients to sign up for the will clinic. But that's all I have for you today, and thank you very much for your time.
Motion to approve the report. Accept the report.
Motion by Chris to accept the report, second by Marion, question by Emily, all in favor? Where's our food? There, thank you.
Amazing. 14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried, accepting Jolene's report.
We can't get into it, but the point.
Right?
We'll take a half-hour break, and the food's on its way in,
You bet.
since Tammy and Charles didn't share. Put your words down.
Any meeting now.
Okay, we'll do a recall. I mean, a recall. Roll call.
Recall.
Okay, North Rosebud.
We did it.
Here. Christopher Eaglebear.
Here.
Todd Bearshoe. Austin Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodknife Jr. Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radley. Charles Bay Jr.
Here.
William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr. Sherry Wright Flake. Here. Tyler Wilcox. Here. Lila Kilsensite. Michael Bolt Sr. William Kindle. Ben Blacksburg III. Mary Little Thunder. Here.
Sure. You got good ears up there. Say, hear from
We have a quorum. We have, IHS here. Dale is here to give her report. Before she does, I just wanted to let you guys know that, tomorrow, the House Judiciary Committee is going to be meeting at between 10 and 12. And they're going to be bringing the bill up for HCR 6001, urging the United States Department of Homeland Security to establish a tribal law enforcement training academy in South Dakota. And it'll be introduced by Eric, Baxter, Mortison, Aldenbach, and Poirier, and Senate Smith and Grove at the request of the State Tribal Relations. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that'll be happening tomorrow. Okay. You want to put it on Zoom?
Sure. Or, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, doesn't fall off this time. Is there a plug-in just right over there? There. By Charlie? By Charles. Charles, is there a plug-in? Oh. Your green light's not lit up. Thank you. Is there? Charlie, what did you need? In my car? So I could put it on the phone or no? Is anybody back there? Yeah, Jeff's back there.
I'm working on it.
He's working on it.
All right. You want me to wait or go ahead and start?
If you want to start and then revert to that as you're going.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, council, for having me today. Happy to be here. You guys have had a long couple days, so thanks for being patient with me. I wanted to bring up our accomplishments for the last month. We did our December award ceremony on the 18th. We had 2 retirements, Julie Wilcuts from the business office and Genevieve Carrasco, both longtime employees for IHS and dearly missed. But we're very happy for them as they move on in their retirement journey. We implemented holiday walk-in clinics over the Christmas for the unexpected holiday time. And believe that went fairly well for the last minute planning we had to do to make that successful. We do have our outdoor lighting, 95% complete. We have a small group of 3 lights that still require an underground assessment, and we're waiting for a quote for those repairs because it will require that dig. They haven't figured out where in the line those 3 are not functioning at, but we're working with group to get that completed. We did order those outdoor motion lights. Originally, we were going to have those be solar lights, but we're going to hardwire them into the houses so that the whoever lives in the houses can control the off and on, but they will be motion lights that will go all around the backside of those homes. And our fence project, our design is complete and funded, and I'll show you a picture of a map of where that will run. We did host site visits by Dr. Kanan, Dr. Bahi, from headquarters. Dr. Kanan is the ED director for IHS at headquarters, and Dr. Bahi is the chief nurse officer. We also had a visit from Dr. Christensen, the chief medical officer from IHS, and Lisa Majewski, who is the headquarters director of quality this month. We met with the tribal programs detox and rehab on the 9th. And we were present for the Tribal Health Board on the 15th and plan to attend that again. We also onboarded 2 new federal positions, one MSA and one PRC, which I'll talk about in a minute. Our project updates. So I put in this report, which I'll email to all of you, but I do have to clarify some emails with some of you because I got some bounce backs the last time I sent an email. But we do have very specific project updates, and I put those all in this PowerPoint with their award dates and their estimated completion dates, because a lot of our projects, as we've talked about, are contingent on one being done before another one can be started.
Oh, you just need your.
Yep, you bet. Oh, you need to take it?
What do I do with that? Sorry.
You're all right. I'll just keep chatting about the current flow right now. You may have seen on our social media page, we did recently do some patient flow changes. So we have that whole, what I call the west parking lot. That might not be exactly compass correct, but on the left side of the hospital, the delivery trucks usually delivers things. We've made that all 100% patient parking. And there's handicap there. We also are available to come out and assist and do the pharmacy pickup at that door. And we changed the vans to that pickup now, because right now what's happening on the east side, where the atrium door and the ED door is they're doing the last part of those outdoor changes and replacing them with windows and doors on that side of the building. So our main entrance actually is through the ED right now, and patients come down hallway 3 where we usually have outpatient services. So we have had to move our providers and everything, which we did over the weekend, the holiday weekend. And so that becomes now just a patient inflow and outflow into the hospital. Once they get that, oh, thank you. Once they get that ED done, or those other, the atrium door, I guess, done, then they will work on the ED door, and the atrium will be the main door for the ED and all of the hospital entrance until they get that done. Right now, we're anticipating that will all be completed by next Thursday, pending everything going right. They just started it this week, so we do have maps up. See?
Yeah, on this other one?
On the other one? Okay. So we do have maps up that kind of show the green areas everywhere patients can park. And we've moved the IHS parking out on the outer left-hand side. Patients can still park on that east patient parking like they always have and utilize that ED door and then the atrium door as we move through those 2 changes. But we will leave the basement parking eligible for all patients going forward until the main atrium door on the front is done. I have been told that they're hoping to have that main atrium possibly done by the first part of March. I'm very hopeful for that. And then we also, since we have the vans picking folks up down in that west basement door, where our kitchen dining room is, we're opening that up for all the patients that are riding the van to wait for the buses and stuff to get on. And so that just started today. And so if people need to ride the van, and we updated our Facebook page to say that they can go wait in that kitchen dining room area. Because the van driver, they pick up the sack lunches at the kitchen as well. So that's just a good meeting place for everybody, and they don't have to wait outside or in their cars.
Oh my God.
I do want to go back to this one. So this is the project's full update on all the projects that we've got. I won't go through all the dates for you, but I want you to see that we do have a women's health bid pack. That's where that second floor will all be done, and the estimated amount of what it's going to cost for us to complete it. So I'm watching our finances very closely and working with our engineers, and as those funds come available, we will obligate those to make sure that these projects move forward. Some of them are funded, not all of them are fully funded, some of them are partially funded, but I wanted you guys to have the dates for everything, which includes the gynecological area, the obstetrics area, and then the new emergency department that we have planned and the laboratory. One thing that's not on this list, but we're already doing what we do to start planning for these projects, is we know that since that new emergency department will be built, we're planning on what we're going to utilize for that space. And so we're talking to the engineers about that already, what that could look like, how we want to set that up so that patient flow is really good through there with our teams. And what that whole ED area will become is an expanded outpatient, so we can have more providers and more access for patient care. Do you have any questions on that? I know it's kind of a hard, high-level overview, but feel free to reach out to me if you do after this. This isn't the best photo, but it's the best one I got. You can see, this is an aerial photo of the whole hospital. That red line is where we're proposing to put the fence, and this will be like a 6-foot tall fence so that we can, sorry about that, so that it'll be a chain link fence that we're proposing. And I guess I would kindly ask the council if there's anyone I need to run the specifics of this by as part of our lease agreement. TLE.
See, it's right behind the housing.
Yeah.
That curve. Yeah.
Yep, it just kind of runs right from where the road is, all the way around the housing and over there, back behind. And I'm sure that our OEHE will be contacting the right people too. But I just want to make sure that we do get your approval on that because we do lease that ground.
Emily has a
I
question.
just had a comment. Have you worked within the legal description boundaries of the lease?
Yes.
I think that would be the main thing, is as long as you're working within that. The only other thing is you might have to get a typical clearance if there's going to be any ground disturbance, but usually that had already happened with the lease approval, so those would probably be the main checks that we'd want.
Okay. And I'm sure our folks at the OEH that work on those leases probably will take that into consideration. I just want to make sure that we.
So who is the lease agreement with?
My understanding is that IHS leases the land from the tribe.
Yeah, but is it solo or is it GLE or is it with the tribe?
I can get the lease agreement and find out.
Yeah, find out who it's with, and that'll truly work.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. I probably have it in my email. I just didn't know quite what to look for in those details, so.
On your parking lot plan, this is probably kind of out there, but have you thought about considering, because there's such a limited space for elderly and handicap, have you ever considered doing a parking area where I don't know if you'd even have the staff for it, but I know it's done in other places where you have valet parking where they park there and somebody can drop them off and then.
We have not, but we can certainly, take recommendations and see what that might look like.
Totes.
Skylar said she was gonna bring that issue up with health board about the valet parking. And with the changes, when it comes to the hospital, I went there on Tuesday and there was an elderman trying to get out of his vehicle. He had a walker and no one was there to guide him. How do you inform the people of the changes that are happening with the construction going on at the hospital? How do you inform them?
Mostly we do it with our social media posts and our signage around the hospital. And so we do have signs, and we can add more. For folks that need assistance, there's a number to call, and we have staff come out and one-on-one assist, or if there needs to be more than one person to assist, we have them available.
You know, your signs need to be bigger, because when you have someone, an elder walking with his head down or her head down trying to go in that direction, they're not watching the signs either. And just have them bigger and visible for our people to see. And you need to remember that not all our people are gonna
Use the social media.
use the social media and stuff. So we need to remember that these things, we have to think of all people as a whole, how we're gonna reach out to them. And then some people were telling me, well, elders can park down there on the bottom, you know, but how many of our elders are gonna know that? And then where the handicap signs were, and across 4 of them, it was all ice. You know, so, that, and sometimes when I'm walking into the hospital, people will comment and say, look at how dirty that area is up there. You know, and, that, and then about with the heating and the cooling system. What's going on there?
The whole HVAC system is part of these projects that are getting replaced.
And it's gonna get taken care of, because Holy Buckets and the ER, just recently, we've had some major, you know, water breaks in there, and people posted out there for us to see.
We had a valve that broke. We initially thought it was a frozen pipe on Saturday, but it actually was a faulty valve, valve under the sink, and it just blew off. Which did cause some water damage, and we went on diversion for probably about a couple hours that day. And you know, we had a crew up there immediately to get that fixed and get that taken care of. But that did happen. It wasn't, we thought it was a frozen pipe under that sink, but it wound up being a faulty, just an older valve that didn't just defaulted or broke.
And you know, we passed a resolution here on this floor. And what right does Aberdeen, the area office, have telling us that we have no authority? We do have authority over our people and their health care, because in the ER just recently, we've almost lost a couple elders by some serious wrongdoings. No one who is a healthy person should have to go in there and be given Narcan because of the neglect of a doctor. You know, when I receive, when I go in there, my care, I get good care.
Yeah.
But when some of our people go in there, it's a nightmare. And we really need to have a meeting, because we talk about this over and over again. But I've been taking pictures. I'm gonna go in there every Friday, Saturday, Sunday and start taking pictures. Because no one should have to go into an emergency room. And yes, everybody does have their rights, but we shouldn't have our intoxicated people passed out and rolled up in blankets in the waiting area. We shouldn't have them all over in the back. We need to have a planning meeting also, like Cher did earlier, and we need to sit at the table, because we really need to help adult corrections and JDC get a PA and a nurse, have a rotation system out there where they can be taken right out there, because it's getting overwhelming for our people there in the emergency room. So
I'm available. I can't speak to the first part of your question about what right Aberdeen area has to tell you. That I was not part of that communication as far as the letter. Is that what you're referring to?
It's just disturbing that we want the best. Our healthcare is free, but that doesn't mean that we have to get the shittiest care either for our people. You know, and we don't expect to be lied to, you know, when you're not fully staffed yet, or maybe you're telling your staff that they can't reach out and talk to us with their concerns.
I don't ever tell any staff that.
Maybe you don't, but you have others that do.
Okay,
And, um, and I just feel that every time we talk about this, you just leave and certain ones up there just think it's funny or laugh about it or say that we're not gonna do anything about it. We really have to. And, Emily here sits on the health board, so we were talking about a motion being made earlier, so we'll bring that further down the line. But it's really disturbing that here we are again and we don't put timelines, you know, if it's not working for our people, we we need to replace back with our older ones. Those were our own people, some of them from here, well educated that went off, got their education in nursing and PAs, doctors, but yet they got ran off. They have to go elsewhere to work. You know, they understand our people the most and give them care with compassion, but issues are still there.
Tammy?
Hi, Tim. I want to kind of piggyback a little bit off of what Councilwoman Juan had stated just for a second, but well, two issues. One was the entrances, the accessibility to the elders and the very, very young children. Because while we were sitting here talking, that was one of the biggest concerns because I got 3 text messages on that. And the other one, what she talked about was the individuals that are, you know, passed up and rolled up in blankets, sitting in the ER waiting room. I kind of understand that, so they're not out there freezing or whatever, but it's crazy. And she is correct. Whenever a member of council goes up there, even if it's just for an appointment or whatever, if they know who you are treated a little bit more better than just the general public, which is really unfair. And I got some concerns on that because apparently there was a prior council rep that would go up there and demand treatment, demand medication, and this and that, and almost drove off a pharmacist. And it was witnessed by a lot of people, but yet that individual sat on council, and of course, it was never brought here as a concern. But it was addressed with the administration staff. So they said whenever, even to this date, when that individual goes up there, they still cater to that person because of the position that he had. And so, and that was coming from way more than just 1 or 2 employees. There was like quite a few of them. Whenever they come and talk to me with their concerns was how council is treated differently than patients in general. Okay. All right. The other issues that I have was, so I was in the ER last night and they brought a bed out into the hallway and they had the bouts set up for a pregnant woman. And to me, I thought that was kind of sad because a pregnant woman should not be in the hallway, you know, monitored and whatever. They should actually be in a room. And there was a elderly lady next door to where we were at, and she needed help, and she was hollering for a nurse or a doctor, and her son had to go find one, but the doctor was nowhere in sight. And I know that one for a fact because there was a nurse that was running around saying, "I'm looking for our doctor," you know, and they couldn't find the doctor. So how many staff do you actually have in ER to get our people in and out?
we staff it the same way we always have. We staff it with 4 nurses, the day shift and the night shift. And we have a mid-shift nurse. And then every 24 hours, we have an ABEM doctor, so 1 for days, 1 for nights. And we have a mid-level, and we have a third provider that comes as a mid-shift. And that's the way we've staffed it since any contract has been in place.
Okay. And the cleanliness of the hospital. We get.
Challenge right now.
Yeah,
Our staff.
it is a big challenge. I have heard from a lot of the individuals up there at IHS that, I don't know, they're kind of putting the, blame on the supervisor because the supervisor doesn't help clean the hospital, and doesn't really direct her staff to do it, that there's some staff that sit at her desk all day on their phones doing nothing when they could be out there help cleaning. And,
Well, they have assignments, like I can speak to that a little bit, because I do know they have assignments for the areas, and we divert almost all of the full-time staff that are there left in housekeeping. It, like security, is one of my biggest areas where we have vacancies. And, but they do have assigned areas. We try to keep them to the patient care areas. So, we've reduced like how much time they come to administration. They might only clean there once or twice a week because we try to pick that up.
correct.
Because we're still at our very low vacancy rate in a lot of those departments. So I can tell you, everybody up there is doing multiple duties. And we have people that, when they're offering and willing to do overtime to help with those things, and they have the right training and the competence, we let them go work for housekeeping. I have some people in patient reg that help with PRC. I have people in housekeeping that help with PRC.
I understand.
And so we do the same with
I was
housekeeping.
advised that you would give some sort of an answer like that because you want us to hear the good things, but in all reality, what's going on behind the scenes, our ears are being filled by people that actually work, that actually experience this stuff. And I've seen bathrooms there that I don't even want to sit on. And I'm sure other people feel the same way, but when you have to go bathroom, you have to go bathroom, especially your kids and grandkids and little ones and whatever. So the cleanliness of the hospital was a big thing. I know BIA came down, when was that, like Monday, or was it last week? But, or not BIA, Aberdeen came down. And
We haven't had any, we had headquarters.
headquarters, okay.
Dr. Christensen was down.
Okay,
on
so they came
Tuesday.
down and, right away, you sent your housekeeping staff out there to make sure the areas were clean.
I do that almost every day. If I come upon an area, especially in an area where the patients were going to be coming, I want to make sure that that area is clean. So I did do that Tuesday morning because that was the first morning that we had patients using that door as the front line, as the front door, as our main door down by the basement.
Okay, well, those are just basically some of the concerns that I'm giving you and making you aware of that, those are what I've gotten within the last 2 months, month and a half, whatever. And, I wasn't expecting, a yes or a no or the truth, but just.
I am
a
giving
simple
you the truth.
explanation. Thank you.
I did ask the staff to go clean that because there was a lot of leaves and things that had blown in there, and I did Monday morning ask them to do it. But it wasn't because headquarters was coming, although we did have headquarters because that was the first day we had patients coming in that area.
All right, well, thank you.
Any other questions before she continues her report?
I'll wait. So PRC, we've been doing a lot of work there. This is the monetary things that I bring every month. So you guys have a running total to see what our average weekly spend is, how much we're issuing. We still are issuing levels priority 1 and 2. We're still working on our 2026 chef cases because we do have quite a few of those. They still are pending. We did bring on a new PRC director. That's one of the first hires that came on. And he began on the 12th of January. And our monthly vendor meetings are occurring on a regular basis now. So our new PRC director is James Dunham. We are caught up on the Vera and Sanford past accounts, and we've been prioritizing Monument and Cherry County and Winter now. And I believe, I didn't put it in here, but I believe we're done with Cherry County at this time and Winter.
So that will get us in a very good spot. We also have employee that has asked for a lateral reassignment to a PRC position. So hopefully we'll have some staff in there. We're still waiting for our HR issues with IHS. That's still impacting us. But those positions will be advertised and prioritized as soon as we're able to advertise positions. I did receive 3 patient collection concerns in January to date. 2 of those we were able to resolve on the spot by looking at the referral, and we got those payments issued, and the other patient had Medicaid, so we did coordinate with that vendor so that they were aware the patient had Medicaid. And I did add this hyperlink in here. This takes you to all the, I don't know if it works live on my screen, but it will take you to the frequently asked questions about PRC, and I'm going to make sure we have that link on our social media. And in hearing Totes' concern, we'll make sure that we get brochures, paper brochures posted in public locations around town on that as well. I wanted to add some stuff about our productivity over the time that I've been there, since October, November, and December. So I broke down the record of all of our visits.
Some questions regarding PRC.
Sure.
Okay. How many staff do you currently have in there now?
Currently, we have Brandon and Jean and James, permanent.
Okay, are they from different areas of the hospital, or those are permanent PRC?
Those are
employees?
permanent PRC employees.
Okay.
And then we have several that help. We detail there.
Okay, is one of them the supervisor for housekeeping?
Yes, she knows how to do a lot of some of that stuff, so she's been helping as well. We also have some folks from Patient Reg that help, and we have a TDY officer here from CMS, and we taught him how to do a lot of things, so he's been a great help to us since November. Unfortunately, his detail ends in February.
Okay, where's the Mr. Dunham from?
Where's he from?
Yeah, is he from here?
From Rosebud?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Have there been opportunities for people who have worked in PRC to take on that supervisor position there?
That supervisor position, when I came here, I looked into it with HR. I was informed that the panel was a properly advertised panel. There were proper applicants that were interviewed, and a selection was properly made. So this, Mr. Dunham is an IP candidate, Indian preference candidate, which is the legal authority we have to follow.
Okay, can you explain to us your hiring process? Like what would I go through if I apply at IHS?
So from the applicant's perspective, or our, okay. So from an applicant's perspective, all of our jobs are advertised on USA Jobs and other entities, like we're able to post those links on our social media pages and things, and we can make those shareable. So a lot of times you'll see our own staff or supervisors post those on pages. So to help with recruitment and let people know there's jobs available. Then HR, people apply, and when they apply, those all go to our Human Resources Division, which is now centralized across Indian Health Service. So an HR specialist gets assigned to that vacancy. So it could be an HR specialist from anywhere in the country. And then they work with the frontline supervisor to get the announcement out there. So we have to give them our position description. There's a job analysis that the supervisor has to complete before, as part of the recruitment, before it ever even gets advertised. And so they continue, that supervisor continues to work with that same HR staffer. So when people apply to that job, and there's usually an open and closed date, although some of those jobs that are high volume, like doctors and nurses, they can be advertised open. So there might be an open continuous job that anybody can apply to all year long. Once they have a panel of people that are interested in Rosebud and specifically the position we have, then that HR specialist notifies the supervisor that they have a search or a panel of qualified applicants. And HR is the one who determines who qualifies for those positions.
Our local HR?
No,
HR where?
HR for Indian Health Service has now been centralized, so it's basically a headquarters office.
In DC?
It's,
In Aberdeen?
it's not, there's not like a central location, it's a headquarters office, so they all report to headquarters staff. But as far as a physical location, those people could be in Aberdeen, they could be in any of the IHS locations or regional offices that are within the agency.
So do you see that, putting the head of housekeeping in PRC is how problematic that is?
She's not there full-time. She assists in PRC when she's done doing housekeeping stuff. So just like other staff that are helping PRC, we have them come and they do a portion of
Does
it.
it make sense to me if the job never ends? If we have council people just addressing that issue, that it's constantly dirty up there. And if the job never ends, I don't understand why this person's being held. And it seems like something that you guys can manage up there. And with this whole situation of PRC, I know you're stuck to guidelines and red tape. And the only way we can advocate to make changes is if we know how those systems work. And we don't, we're not government employees. I think that there's so many barriers for people to apply. USA Jobs, for example, is one. If I go on to USA Jobs and I apply, there's a quiz I have to take or a survey I have to take. That will eliminate me if I answer something wrong. So then I might not even make it to the panel. So we're bringing in people from all over the place instead of hiring people from here. I would like to see you guys get a kiosk and some up there and have somebody who can assist people to apply for jobs. USA Jobs is not easy to navigate for certain people, especially someone who's applying for a job like housekeeping. I don't understand why they need to take a survey and upload all of these things. And when you apply on USA Jobs, the jobs show for everything available. It doesn't say Rosebud specific.
Right, because we're limited. We have to follow those rules, and the rules right now are that the agency can only have a certain number of advertisements advertised at a certain time across the entire Indian Health Service. So HR has prioritized all the most common vacancies, and they consolidate those into an open continuous for multiple locations, meaning that Rosebud will probably be on the same announcement as somewhere in Oklahoma or somewhere in another IHS facility, because we are limited to how many advertisements we can have out there.
Okay.
And
So
that
how
is
many-
something that has been new this year.
How many vacancies do you have in PRC?
I think we have 6, but I want to email that to you because I don't know it off of the top of my head.
Approximately.
Yeah, we approximately have like 6 or 8 positions, and we have 3 filled full-time right now, so it's either 50% or more vacancy rate in there. And one of the reasons, if you're just talking about the position, right, I agree with you. It doesn't make sense to have housekeeping where it's so limited with staffing right now helping with PRC. The other challenge with that I've had to consider is PRC's really, it's complicated and it's a very high volume because every one of our referrals go through there, all of our ED call-ins, so every day it's getting all the ED call-ins from everywhere. Any referral that any provider made, whether it's ED, outpatient, any of our providers that have written referrals, and trying to get those approved through committee and coordinated. And so there's a lot of steps along the process, and it takes people a long time to learn it. So while I agree with you that it doesn't make sense to take the housekeeping supervisor to do that because we're so down in housekeeping, Unfortunately, I have to consider the fact that PRC is such a complicated area. I have to lean on people that have that knowledge. And the current housekeeping supervisor does have a lot of knowledge to that. So does a couple people in our PRC program, patient benefits, and they've all been very happy to assist us with those. We also continue to have daily help from the area PRC team, which it's the only thing that has kept our PRC program from falling apart. So it is a constant balance of what we can do, but I hear you, and I will take into consideration and look at how we can ramp up some things for housekeeping.
Thank you. And the kiosk?
The kiosk I will try. I've talked about that before. We have for many years tried to get those in.
Even if it's just a laptop setup there.
So it has to do with the firewall, the IT firewalls with IPS and people logging on to our system. I haven't figured out a way around that, but we still do have those conversations and we elevate them up to headquarters because those are difficult things. When our employees log into our system, our network, they're on I'm not an IT person, so forgive me for the lack of right language, but they're on our network. And so we haven't figured out a way for public to access that without having like what we're required to do with the two-factor authentication onto our network. And so it's not as easy. Would we have the equipment? Yes. Would we have the space? Yes. Do we have the internal subject matter experts that could help people through an application? Yes, we do. But I don't have the mechanism right now to how can I, because our IHS network is on a federal network. It's not a public access network. So that's in a broad, the best way I can explain it, that's the best way I can. It's more of it's not necessarily the IT department's problem. It's a bigger network access problem for me. So if there was a way we could figure out a way around that we could implement that very quickly.
Well, they're welcome to sit down here in the tribal building and help people apply on days.
And maybe we could do that. Maybe we could assign times when we would have staff down here that could do that.
Thank you.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
I have Mike, Lila, and Emily.
So I just had a question, and maybe you provide the information. When is that front entrance going to be ready for use in public?
I'm hoping by the first part of March. They're working really hard on it. I believe the contract says April 1st, but we really have pushed the vendor to let them know how important that is during these cold times. And they really have tried to make some concerted effort to get that going as fast as they can. So our goal is to open that up as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good to see you here, Jill. Thanks for doing your report for us. Amidst all the other issues that we have with our people, I'm going to touch on one that's probably, and it just kind of hit me recently, is our dental department. Do you oversee that?
I oversee every department as the CEO, but we do have a dental supervisor, Dr.
We
Cottrell.
are in serious trouble out there because all they do is extractions. I am just speaking on behalf of our young people. A lot of times, I mean, right now with the Medicaid issues and everything, dentists aren't taking new patients anywhere. And so you would think that our program here would be a little more helpful, but there are a lot of young people, really young people. They're getting their teeth all pulled out. And I think that's just barbaric. There needs to be prevention. I mean, it's like, what's so wrong that, you know, you have to get in there, you gotta get there like 7:30 in the morning, and you gotta sign up. They take the first 10 people, And then you're lucky if you do or don't, but then if, people hold out, then you're in pain. And then they go to ask for help, but then they tell you, well, they can't help you, they're not dentists, so then they go over here and then they say, we can't give you any medicines because all of you are drug addicts, you get addicted to everything, and then, it's just a big mess.
I hope
And
nobody's saying that to you, Lila, or any of your family.
it's not being said, but the action and the way that it's put out, that's how it is. And I think that we need to do better. We get with and talk about, I wouldn't want to go in there and have my teeth all pulled out. As it is, we want to help people, children with our dental care and all that. I know Head Start does a good job. They get them their teeth, but not all the time. And you cannot function if you don't have good dental care. It's just, it's proven. It's the truth. We can't function. And all of that, anatomy and everything, it affects our brain, it affects our, bodies. And it's worrisome because, right now, I'm supposed to take my daughter back and she's horrified. She don't want to go back over there. There's still a piece of tooth stuck in her mouth. And that same day, all of them young people walked out of there and they all had extractions. And yes, maybe some of it had to be done. I understand that. But my goodness, work with them. Set up appointment. And they actually, well, we don't do referrals because there's no money. So don't even talk about it. We have now, amidst everything else, I'm not going to stop about this because that really bothers me. And, we have so much work to do in that department. We at once had a top-notch dental department here. And they used to give out toothbrushes and information and, toothpaste. They work like that. And now it's saddening too. And I was thinking, gee, how many of that, you should go back and look back. Maybe the past, do a historical history for yourself and see how many extractions have been done every day.
Okay.
And the age groups. And look at that, it's alarming to me. And I know that just even having one tooth pulled or something, some of it's probably, like I said, a necessity, but what if it didn't have to be? What if it didn't have to be? And kind of look at if, why don't we have money there? What do we have to do? We got to advocate for that. Who do we go to? Who else can we partner with? Can we do like something, free clinic or something, to bring some dentists in or something? We got dentists all over the place. Maybe they would be willing to help us. And we did discuss this in health board, and it's worrisome. It's really worrisome because if that keeps happening, and I admit we don't have good diets here. Our kids got a lot of pop and sweet, but we gotta base on the prevention. Again, prevention. Maybe a prevention campaign, something to start us with. Our young people, they shouldn't have to go around wearing dentures at 30 years old, 25 years old. So I really think that that's another huge component that we would want to look at and just do a little, some history for yourself and just kind of see where we're at there. Maybe the schools could help us. Bring in the kids, they used to do that. Maybe they can bring in these kids and who may have Medicaid, and we can get the money here. But there's nowhere else to go either. I've called everywhere. everywhere. We looked everywhere. Pier, no, everywhere. So that's something that we need to work on. We had a doctor here who, I'm glad she's gone, but this was not helpful, and for us to just ask for a little bit of help, a little bit of, some prevention work. And our little guys, we want to start teaching them in school. And I know that it's going to be a process. It's going to take you some time, but maybe you can look at that. And we also need our people there to be a little more nicer. I don't care how old your child is. I mean, I'll be in my 50s crying for my mom with my tooth being pulled. Who cares? Yeah. It's painful. But, they need to keep their remarks of such sort to themselves. Be a little nicer. Ask them, can we call somebody? Would you like me to sit here and hold your hand? Yeah. There could be like that, not be rude to them. Because I guarantee you won't see them back again. And it's the demeaning, when they want to go in there and help themselves. So, and I hate being negative like this. I don't like to, I want to see us do the best. But, if you are here and you don't want to be here, then don't be here. Leave. We'll figure it out. But our people, their health care, their dental care, by all means, that's what we do here. And it falls on us to help our little guys all the way up to our elders. And if there's people there who, may need a little assistance with maybe getting further, maybe they need implants or maybe they need dentures, are we following through for them? So that's kind of my skill for today. Just to see what we can do. And like I said, again, collaborating. At Health Board, we can discuss this a little bit more, and maybe you can come and we can have some more dialogue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm putting notes in my phone.
Okay.
I do know that we have a couple hygienists that do some prevention work, but I'll look into see if they're going to schools and what type of community activities we're doing.
Yeah.
I know we're short on techs, but
But there's a lot of young people who are going into dentistry can come and maybe help.
yeah, we
You
can
know,
do student rotations if they're wanting to come here.
That's a start. Okay. Yeah, thank you. No objections. I have a community member with what? Oh, we okay?
If there's no objections, is there any objections? If not,
Good afternoon, council. I'm up here again. I'm gonna complain again. First of all, I'm kind of upset with this woman here. I thought you guys made a motion to release them or vet. They had a honoring. They honored who they wanted to. They didn't give anybody else, the other people, notices that they were gonna honor them. And I'm talking on behalf of my husband. He's been there 19 years. He didn't get notified you guys were gonna honor him. That pissed me off. I got on Facebook and I seen it. Well, you guys put his name there, but did you guys notify him? No, you guys didn't. You didn't even read it. And another thing, my daughter was sick last week. She went in there Tuesday night. And get this, you guys, that doctor up there, 2 of them couldn't even intubate her. They were trying to intubate my daughter. They messed up on my daughter. They would have killed her. Her brother-in-law works at the ambulance service, so he went over there and he got the ambulance service guy that went over there and intubated my daughter. They couldn't even do that to her. They blew her. They put a IV in her, and they blew it. They left it inside of her, so her arm was swelling. So So that ambulance driver had to come and take it out. And the other night, I took my grandson up there. And like Toad said, I love my people. I love my Lakota people. I'm Lakota, I'm full blood. But you know what? There's a center back there at the hospital for these homeless people. I went in there and there's all these beds all full, covered up, passed out when you have a whole ER patient out there sick, babies. Oh, there's no room. I seen a woman sitting out here. How long have you been here? I've been here for 3 hours. And her baby's there burning up with the fever. And an IHS employee comes in with the mother. Come in, doctor came out and took her in the back. What kind of is that? That pissed me off. And I told him, I'm not going to sit out here because my grandson has a fever. My grandson's sick. You guys ain't going to do what you guys did to his mom. So they did. They took me in the back. They checked his temperature. It was 103. That nurse said, I'll try to get you a bed as fast as I can. Took me back out here. But it was packed. Whole bunch of kids, whole bunch of babies. But a IHS employee comes in with the mother and they take her right back. That's BS. That's really BS. Only because her blood pressure was high. What about these babies? And the nurse that took me back there, she said, how come you guys did that? You guys didn't even triage her. But you guys took her straight back there. But you make everybody else sit here and wait, and then you triage us and make us sit out here for hours. And then you call us in the back and you put us in a room and you forget about us. And don't see us. But I complained. I hollered around as much as I can because I wanted to get in and out of there. There was a lot of sick people in there. And they diagnosed my daughter with COVID. They said she had COVID. No, she didn't have COVID. They sent her to Sioux Falls. She was in ICU because she had double pneumonia. They didn't even have to intubate her. But they intubated her. And they flew her out. You guys are just wasting money. And all this other stuff that you talk about, tell the truth. Tell the truth to these people. I'm not the only one that hears all this stuff. There's a bunch of people that are out here in this hospital that work there, that want to come here, but you guys threaten them. If they come here, you guys are going to reprimand them. Don't come to this council. Don't talk to the council. Otherwise, you guys are going to lose your jobs. I hear it. I had nieces. I have people up here that work up here that tell me these things. That don't come back from my husband. It comes from people over here that tell me. Can you go to the council and tell them about this and tell them about that? You got people that are working 3 positions. Why? Are they qualified? You got other qualification people here that can get in those positions. And all these, what Sherry brought up, of all these kids, their parents work there, and you guys put them in there. You guys put them on contract and hire them. You got all these kids in here that moms are working in admin or dad's working here, and whatever, and you got their kids working there. Administration, PRC, housekeeping, everywhere. And you guys forget about all the ones that are not that are qualified, that can do those positions, that can work in them positions. But you council made a motion to remove these guys. How come they're still here? They got a click. I even heard from an employee up there. They said, guess what? I said, what? The lady that was sitting here crying in this one, oh, we got our president behind us. We got council reps behind us. They ain't gonna remove us. They're scared of us. They can't do nothing. This is our tribe. This is our hospital. And you guys need to be removed. You guys need to leave. I'm tired of listening to it, and I'm tired of hearing it. And I'm tired of going up there. And that place is really dirty. Where my grandson was laying, there was dried up blood all over the floor. I told him, I'm not laying my grandson in there. I'm not going to take my grandson in until you come in here and clean this floor up. So the doctor that was there, he said, Well, maybe you should do it. Maybe I should do it. Maybe you should call a housekeeper to do it. That's their job. You see a housekeeper standing there on their phone, looking around, grab the broom, wipe a little bit, get back on their phone. That's what kind of housekeepers you got. I seen it. I seen it. But you guys you guys are here for us. We the people voted you guys in here. So you guys need to listen to us. And me, I'm mad at these people because they didn't inform my husband. They didn't inform other employees. They only invited certain ones to their honoring. That would piss me off.
That's absolutely not true. We have a monthly staff meeting that we do that. There was no special honoring, and at every monthly staff meeting, we give out time in employment awards.
Okay, so why didn't you tell my husband that? Why didn't you guys invite him?
Every employee is invited to the staff meeting. Every
He wasn't
single one,
informed?
and it is on the calendar. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
on
you guys
every
can have it on your
employee's
Facebook,
calendar.
But he wasn't informed.
He's welcome to come to the employee staff meetings, and those that I don't get, if they aren't there that month, I save them and I give them out the next month. So if they weren't there for the meeting to get their award, that's what I save them for the next month. So those that weren't present in the December 18th, which we publicized and we emailed and we have on our calendar and we invited it, every employee gets that email and gets that notice that that's part of our thing. We even have an agenda that says the Time and Service Awards. And so, every employee receives that. And it wasn't a special one, it was simply our December meeting, employee meeting that we have. And we have those every month. I won't be having the one in January because next week I'll be at the ISDEA conference, but typically we have it the last Thursday of each month in the morning. And I'll be happy to. I like to take the pictures. I like to publicize the good things in our employees, and especially those that have been with us for a long time, like your husband has. I like to put that out there. I
You never
think
get recognized from any of you guys up there. None of you guys. Just like I'll tell you guys right now, example. They asked him, they were gonna do this hospital. They wanted to redo this hospital. So his boss said, hey, Jonesy, what do you think we should do? So what did he do? He sat down and he drafted all this up on a piece of napkin. And he said, this is measurement, everything. So he gave it to the boss there. The boss gave it to the engineer. The engineer took it to Rapid City, put it on a blueprint, and brought it back. Did they acknowledge him? No. They took his designs and took his little napkin and they did that up there. All because my husband wrote it on a napkin. I know, because I seen it. He brought it home and showed me. We took it back, and that's what they ran with. That's how they're building it, but does he ever get acknowledged? No. He did the whole pharmacy by himself for a whole weekend. He did that. Did he get recognized? No. He did all his jobs up there at the hospital. Did he get recognized? No. He never gets recognized for nothing. Because these guys don't like him, and you guys have a clique, and I don't like that. And that's all I got to say.
I will go on record saying that I will never tell an employee that they can't come and talk to the council or talk to their council reps. That is not something I will ever do, and I will not condone it for staff.
Okay, we have Emily and Totes.
I just wanted to check, do you have a lot left of your report? Does council want to keep taking questions, or should we let her finish the report? I guess I just didn't know, because I think I have several questions, but I could also wait till the end if that would be preferable.
Yeah, I think we should wait till the end.
I also maybe would suggest that because I might request a small minute or two off air so I could speak frankly, just so that I could clear some of the air. I think that some of the conversations that need to be had can't be had on air, but I would just like to address a small portion of that before we go back on. And so that's why I'm asking if we wanted to do that now or if we want to wait till she's done it through.
Let's wait till the end.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Keep me on your list for the end.
Did you want to go?
Yeah, just go ahead and finish your report.
Okay. So I have previously been asked at previous meetings to provide some productivity of the patient counts that each of our departments have. So I do have those numbers in this for October, November, and December. Our total face-to-face visits for all areas, so that this does include emergency, outpatient, everywhere. And you can see there's 3 pages of it. It does do a breakdown even into our mammograms, ultrasounds, x-rays, CT, every service that we have up there. I also added a little bit more for the pharmacy, included PHN, the diabetes education, because they do a lot of phenomenal work. Pharmacy has independent visits that they do for anti-coag clinics and different things. So I broke theirs down a little bit by some of those visits, but also the new prescriptions compared to the refills that we do each month, so that you guys get an idea of the volume that comes through the hospital each month. We're still awaiting our 3-year cycle of Joint Commission. So this is a slide that I will always keep on here. Our lab accreditation runs separate from the hospital accreditation because lab is very specialized, so they also are due for accreditation in May. We remain in good standing with CMS. Our vacancy rate remains statistically unchanged, still at 49%. We have been on hold with positions until OPM approves the IHS staffing plan, which is imminent, we are hearing. And as soon as they approve that staffing plan, all those selections that had previously been made and were in process last fall, as well as our advertisements, will hopefully start cycling quite quickly. We had, as you know, some deployed officers here. We had a pediatrician. We had some help with PRC and some nursing staff that were here. Those 120-day details are on the end. Our pediatrician and our nurse practitioner left last week. We have a few more that'll be cycling out this week, and then at least one more that goes out in February. One good news of that I want to share is one of those nurses has decided to stay permanently, so we're excited about that. So this nurse has worked in multiple areas. He's very good nurse, and he's covered in outpatient as well as ER and inpatient. And so he'll be joining us as a permanent officer coming forward. This next deployment, I've received the list, and we're being told we'll have a psych NP this time, and an RN, a pharmacist, a lab tech, and a social worker, and possibly an engineer. This will be another 120-day deployment that we will have these, and we're anticipating they will arrive sometime in February or maybe early March. Some of our challenges right now is coordinating the patient parking, making sure that our patient flows are accommodating construction needs and our construction is accommodating patient needs. We do have unanticipated things that happen, so sometimes when you come up, you'll see a barrier wall across an area as we're dealing with something related to construction behind that barrier wall. Like most recently, we did Tuesday, we had to move dental to that 4th hallway in the old women's health area because we had some duct issues we needed to take care of. So we do try to put those things out on social media and ensure the public is aware of those when they happen. I don't want to repeat myself, but obviously we've had a lot of increase in timeliness of hiring and onboarding. Permanent staff certainly has impacted our departments such as nursing, housekeeping, security, and PRC. We are preparing for GB in February. I've been given a tentative date to plan for, which will be that last Tuesday in February. Sorry, I thought I had the day on here. I believe it's the 24th. So you are all invited to attend our GB meetings, and I will send an official invite once that date is formally secured, which it should be anytime, to the president's office, and I can send it out to the entire council. And then just for awareness, we are in our year-end performance review period, so that does take some time for our supervisory staff. we still have our patient advocacy and complaint process, and I will probably always leave this up here with mine and Lisa's numbers, just for a closing of the report. And with that, that's what I had to share today.
Gail, is it possible to get a report on your expenditures, on what you just report on what money?
Oh, on like the details of what we spend the money on? So,
So like, I'm not sure what happens if you're budgeting your money and stuff, but from the income side of it, we received about half of our projected income already, and it's only been like 3 months.
yeah, we've done very well, so.
So what happens with that money? I mean, if we have savings, particularly in our income, do we get to keep that? Or where does that go?
No, we keep it, and then I use it to do things like those construction projects that remain unfunded. That's where we utilize those funds, and so we are able to, not all of these funds can we utilize for construction, because it depends on what the rules are.
The only reason I ask is we're always so short of PRC, we're always way behind. If we have a lot of money, can we get caught up?
We're actually not short in PRC right at the moment. I know historically that has been a thing. But right now, we're doing priority 1s and 2s, and most of the, I can give you a breakdown too. We do go through this in great detail at the governing body, which I do encourage you all to come to, because those are very much, and I can include some of that stuff here, I think. I just don't want to tie you up for hours, but I can add more stuff to it, including the types of denials, because most of our denials are for third party. Sometimes there are things that we can do, so we'll deny for that, but that number is pretty low, but it's a number we track.
The more information you can give us, I mean, especially financial, the more we're going to be able to help.
Okay.
I mean, we get a chance to meet with people every now and then. The reason I'm asking is we've had this shortage, hiring freeze for a long time. And I see our appropriations from the government is 15 million. And I think that if all that has been spent, that's going to go back. So why can't we spend that first and keep our PRC? Why can't we do some budget mods on that, spend that for stuff so we have the money we can carry over, we can build up. I mean, that's why I'm asking for your expenditures.
Okay, I'll get you some more details on that. There are rules about what money can be used for what. So I think that would be helpful to bring next time, because just because we have the line item down there doesn't mean we can use it for different things. So I'll bring more information about that.
Yeah, and that's awesome.
But mostly if I have, the third party dollars they can be spent for a lot of different things. So if we have new equipment that we need, if we have construction that we can do, that's a pot of money that we can take out of. And as you can see, we're already at 60% of our goal for Medicaid. And we're just not even at half of the year. So we're doing very well in our collections. And that is a testament to the patients that we're seeing. I have not received any access to care complaints for outpatient. I think that's very different from when I was here in 2023. I know we have more providers in the outpatient, which we have tried to accommodate by having more contracts to make sure we stay consistent with that. We still are pending the contract to get another midwife here. But we do have a contract in place. We just aren't getting the profile sent to us from that vendor. So, but that's something that we continue to work on. But yeah, I can get you some more of how we could do that. PRC money is pretty tight, right? We use it for PRC. If we had to, we can pay the PRC salaries out of it. There is an allowance for that for PRC rules. We tend not to do that unless there's a reason we have to spend that down. We also can spend it for provider contracts, especially if it's like for something we would spend referrals on. So if we wanted to bring a cardiologist and we didn't have money somewhere else, we could use PRC dollars to do a cardiology contract. But we would try to use other pots of money for that to save the PLC for referrals. So,
That's what I'm getting at.
okay.
I know you have a hiring freeze on, but like, a lot of these questions that you're receiving are about the cleanliness of the hospital.
Yes.
And I know that there's a hiring freeze on, but can't you contract out, or can't, I mean, you can contract out the entire ER, so can't you advertise for a 6-month contract or whatever to help?
I mean, that's a possibility. Getting the contract out there, the time it takes me to get a contract out also is something, but if this continues, we're gonna have to do that for a lot of different positions.
Are you done with your report now?
Yes.
Okay, I have Emily and Totes.
Thank you. Permission to say CD? Thank you, and I may have to go off the air if council's okay with it, but I could start and then we can decide on what. But the reason why I requested that is some of the discussions that are happening at Health Board and then a little bit beyond when we run out of time, are a little bit more free discussions. And so in an effort to have an open, honest dialogue, that's why I offered if we could have a brief comment period where I can make some statements like that. But beyond that, since we're on the air, I do want to ask some questions in general for our people and for our knowledge here. Last time you were here, maybe a couple times ago, there was a discussion on the access path to the hospital. I know you discussed some of the construction, but has there been any possibility of movement for identifying either a windbreak or some type of rain or snow break for those outdoor positions?
We did.
Ice was talked about earlier, but it's already,
Yeah. It's already in the winter season, and we discussed that at length with the vendor, because we would have to use the current construction costs to build something like that or create something like that to have it.
I think the idea was having something very cheap and temporary, not a permanent structure, so that wouldn't be the permanent access.
We look like plywood type stuff. The wind is a major concern. And so they have not erected one. If you guys really want, the concern is that it's not going to hold up to these high winds, especially the ones we've had recently, and it might create more of a patient concern than what we could do, which is why we talked about maybe trying to work with Skylar's program to offer some valet services. We could have some capabilities of offering some valet services, I think, too, just from within the parking lot to whatever doors with a vehicle. But I know when we talked about that before, some of our vehicles are harder to get in. So I'm not sure that would be helpful, but we're certainly willing to do whatever we can to get people in.
That segues nicely into my next comment or question, I guess, is I also wanted to update our council to know that there is still a need for more planning. I think we finally got to the point where Health Board is meeting consistently, but because of that, we're doing a lot of programmatic type stuff, and we don't often have enough time specifically for these type of collaboration planning meetings, but they're still very needed. And the reason why I say that is earlier we mentioned if we don't have good guidance or direction, we might send people working really good in the wrong direction. And we've already seen that happen with like our detox facility and things like that. We have really good intentions and really good effort, but we kind of didn't collaborate as well as we should have. And so we didn't necessarily meet the true need that was identified there. So I do want to say that these conversations are happening at Health Board, but they're not as progressing as fast as we would like. So if there's any interest in having an unofficial planning sessions, like maybe the last day of the month or something, I would still strongly encourage whoever can show up, even if we can't get a quorum, because I feel that's the only way to keep us moving forward. And then if we need decision making or if we need to take action, we can wait until a committee or a council level. But I just feel like that would help us get these real conversations going, because I feel what happens is when we get into the situation, we're telling all of the issues there, they're trying to respond, but we don't necessarily have the follow-up or the follow-through part worked out. And so that's why I just want to suggest if we could get a little bit better on the planning or collaboration meeting strategies. I also want to keep in mind that we do have a lot of tribal members that still work there at IHS. And so when we talk about some of our concerns about IHS, I think that's an entity of IHS, not necessarily the physical people that are there. So I just wanted to keep that in mind, because the last time around when we tried to move forward with compacting and things like that, that was one of the stopping points for many of us was how do we incorporate planning and getting information sharing when there's these walls put up out of fear or out of whatever. And so that's why I just want to stress collaboration early on, because whether or not it's managed by IHS or whether or not it's managed by us or somebody in between, we should have a vision of what we expect for our healthcare for Rosebud, regardless if we manage that. So those should be happening regardless. Another thing that I just wanted to touch on is the vacancy list. I think that was very eye-opening. I don't think we got to look exactly on how many, but those were in the hundreds, right? Vacant. And so when you go online and you look at USA Jobs and you look at Rosebud IHS, they might be listing, I don't know, 4 positions or something like that, like under 10, definitely. And so it looks like, hey, we did a really good job. We don't have those vacancies, but really what's going on is this federal government has not approved and accepted the working plan that RHS facility operates under. And so there's a big disconnect of what the reality is versus what our reality is on the ground in implementation. So I just wanted to put that out there also. I think anytime we have a PSA or anytime we have any of that, change or anything like that, if we could do a little bit more sharing with we have Title 93 and RST communications. I think we don't utilize them as often as we could. So again, if we could just remember to try to share information in a timely manner and use those platforms. I do have some kind of comment that I wanted to make to the discussion that Sherry and Dale were having earlier regarding PRC. But that's kind of the frank question that I wanted to ask on, and I wanted to know if it's okay if we go off air for that portion.
She's asking to go off the air for her question.
No objections? Yeah, take us off the air, please. Sorry, Sherry, I was just trying to get us back on the air.
No, that's fine, no worries. Regarding the bootlegging yesterday, I noticed the resolution stated that the council needed to identify a paper. So I want to make a motion to direct the tribal secretary to publish resolution 25229, ordinance number 2503 in the Todd County Tribune.
In second? Chris, second. Is there any discussion? Question by Emily, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and council, I wanted to make a motion. I know we had a long, lengthy discussion regarding the eminent rent grant and the purchasing of those homes. And one of the issues was that one of those homes actually belonged to a community. So I wanted to make a motion today to move forward with the 4 families excluding the Ring Thunder home for the imminent threat grant.
Can I ask a question? So this got brought up a little bit at our last SWA meeting, and I just want to make sure that that has been discussed with the internal group, because the last update I got was several entities were going to meet on the 26th or 27th to finalize that, so I didn't know if this was premature or if this was going to help out that meeting.
It's gonna help.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna help because, if anything, what may end up happening is that Ring Thunder, since the
We won't jeopardize the whole thing if we change
Sherry,
anything now.
Sherry, excuse me. I need a second before your motion dies.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should
You
have
did.
it.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I should have.
all right, thank you. Okay,
Sorry, one day, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
you had
I
a second. What may end up happening with that grant is the funding that was allocated for the Ring Thunder house may just have to be returned, and the rest of it can move forward. And the
And that
reason
would be allocated to the other house. The only reason I'm asking is at that discussion that we had, the cost might have changed from even when that original grant was covered. And so I wasn't sure if that was gonna be enough to cover the houses that you guys had originally intended to buy. So that was the only question, was if we don't use that portion, can it go to supporting the housing of the other homes?
I don't know, that would have to be a question for the grantee, but as far as I know, I believe we're going to use a few of the 100 homes. Dynamic Homes finished 10, and, correct? So,
And I think that was the question, if the dynamic homes would be finished with that, with the amount that was set aside, or would they need to finish them once they're here? Because I think there was a question of timing, like can we get them delivered with the other ones and trying to get the home sites going and stuff like that? But then there was also that question.
Yes.
The whole issue is that the private council give a discount for that. And the discount they gave may not have been enough to cover what they're gonna get from the grant. So that's fine for the council to look at that. We have the money to buy them, but we might not get reimbursed the full 124, we might only get reimbursed 80 or 90.
So will the tribe cover any difference, like if say if they have to wire, or remember there was like some finishing touches that had to happen on some of the homes? So if that grant doesn't cover that, will we cover the rest?
There's money for the foundation and water and sewer, but it might not be enough for all those homes. ARPA has
Okay.
adequate.
Okay, I just didn't want to misspeak at the meeting that was, because I knew we had money set aside for that infrastructure, but I thought that was for the 50-some homes. I didn't know if it was part of that or going to be in addition to that we would have to fund that. So, thank you.
and with what Sherry's talking about, you will have to include, Ken Ledoux, because that's a part of that, what happened with the FEMA. And then, of course, that got denied to our tribe. And so Sarah's been working on that. And so make sure that you guys incorporate that in that decision.
I'll try to make the meeting then, yeah.
28,
Right, 27th, and I think we did just cancel for that day.
But basically, I just want to, the nudge, have enough money, fix those houses, put them on foundations, and get them ready for whoever can get there. Only caveat is the council might have to eat up a small difference. But what the original giveaway to what they're gonna have to give away from. Maybe like 20,000 homes like that. That's.
Just one last follow-up, sorry. So if we accept Cher's motion as it is and everything, then that, are we gonna lose out on that part that we're not accepting? You know what I mean? 'Cause I think we got funded like whatever amount for 5 homes, and if we're only gonna accept for 4, do we pay that extra back? That's the only part that I'm not sure.
That's kind of why I'm saying you guys need to include Sarah, because those 5 homes were from that storm that came through. And those 5 homes, that's one of them, and that discussion has come up several times. Because, in that meeting when FEMA came, you came, but you came late. But anyway, that lady said, it's not the home that we're considering, it's the displacement of the family. And so that's been ongoing, so really be, careful how you're doing this, because we may lose that one house.
Yeah, and that's what I'm assuming is gonna happen, is that we may have to return the funding for the Ring Thunder house, because it was based on the home ownership in the person, not the house itself.
Okay. And some of the other issues I think can get worked out, but there were some other issues about the placement and the home sites and that kind of stuff as far as if it's a new home site, who's gonna cover the water and sewer hookup and all that stuff, but anyway, there were some questions on that, but I don't know.
This is just a motion so that they can move forward, and I'm sure that they'll have to come back to us with any resolution.
Question.
Okay.
If there's no other questions.
Okay. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
Dale's report.
Second.
0,
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. I need a motion, Coach made a motion to accept Dale's report.
Second.
Sherry second. Question Chris, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, council, real quick, before everybody takes off, Gail, you want to present to them? She's been trying to get this done and the committee didn't meet.
You're done there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I'm wondering.
Thank you.
No to that raise.
Almost done. Almost done. Then you can go home.
Good job there.
Oh, you're gonna fall.
It's hard to
I
follow.
will. Thank you, Gail. You can see.
I didn't get that. What I thought, I heard you.
I'm not following him.
Thank you very much.
21st.
Thank you.
Miss you all weekend. All right, Dale, you're on.
Do these go together or separate? Together or
What is it?
Yes.
Maybe you got one?
Camping that one too. This one?
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
That goes with that.
Before we go on to this, can I keep a motion with us?
Yeah.
Over the course of the last couple of weeks, months, and now days, especially with the report that happened yesterday with our enrollment office, a lot of things going forward, and just for the, I guess to ease the tensions of our community members, tribal members that reside here on the Rosewood Reservation, I would like to make a motion to have the president have directly our in-house attorney to draft a resolution to ban all ICE agents from entering the reservation.
Second by Ben, any discussion?
Yeah, but just for the public knowledge too, so that they know they can hear it.
Thank you. I was wondering, Mr. President, when we asked yesterday, you said there was already one being drafted. Is that
What he's doing is different. What I was talking to you about, Eric sent you guys in your emails.
Okay, because I specifically asked it was about.
The one Eric sent you is more based on treaties. This is just a plain ban like the other tribes are doing.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll just do that.
Thank you for bringing it up again.
Can you say that again, Chris? I didn't.
I'd like to make a motion to ban all ICE agents from entering the boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Reservation.
Reservation. Second.
And Ben second. Any further discussion? No? Discussion.
You should do it back.
And Mike question. Oh, Mike, discussion?
That should be interpreted as county. Not by us, but.
Well, see, I'm actually kind of happy you said that because I just asked this guy about the 5 county.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
Rosebud Sioux
All
tribal land
all
within the
tribal
White
lands
County boundaries.
identified in Rosebud Research Sky or something.
All five.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to include the Rosebud Sioux tribe within the 5 county area that we reside on, not into those boundaries.
Question? No, and I have another comment, sorry. I know this is getting into weeds, but is there a way that we could clarify that our Todd County is the state sanctioned reservation, so that would include all land within Todd County and all tribal Rosebud land beyond within the 5 county area?
Yeah, he can make it inclusive in there.
Okay, does that make sense though? You know, because that's what they, our reservation is Todd County, so I would like to include all land within our reservation boundary in addition to the 5 county tribal.
As amended.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, now, is that your question? I mean, Phillips, you're questioning it or discussion?
I'm just ready for him to come.
Okay, question by Emily, all in favor?
Wayne had his hand, I can't want to.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Hold on. Yeah,
Just to
Wayne.
make a comment here, I know all the rest of the tribes did this, and it's something that we should do, but my only concern is those guys have jurisdiction over us, whether we like it or not. I mean, that's just the way it is. I would much rather prefer, instead of say the word banned, that they are prohibited from coming on any reservation lands without first consulting us, something like that.
Can we say approval rather than consultation? Because consultation could say they just
No,
tell us, but we
yeah.
should have to be given approval.
Yeah, there you go, approval, but something to that effect, because when you use the word ban, doesn't mean anything, because they have jurisdiction over us anyway. That's my only comment.
Yeah,
ICE was only for non-US citizens immigration.
No, the Homeland Security is a federal agency, and all federal agencies have jurisdiction over us. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Without
Right.
getting approval?
Yeah, I like to amend my motion, and I want to thank you, Wayne, for saying that. So, amend my motion to say what he said.
Is it, they have to acquire approval before they enter the reservation, not ban, but they have to ask
Prohibit
permission.
access
That's what's
without
already in
previous
that one
approval.
that Eric
Yeah.
wrote. Isn't that what you included in that one you wrote?
Prohibit access.
comments and we should be on.
Or should we just prohibit access without prior approval?
You can tell the tribal.
Prohibit access without prior approval.
Access by us? Yeah. Okay, so we'll just amend it to prohibit access from ICE agents without contacting the tribal council first.
Without approval.
Without approval of the tribal council first. Draft a resolution along those lines.
And I already had a second. So it's a good question. All in favor?
You're gonna vote?
Yeah, what time? You gonna vote?
Tammy and Sherry? Tammy and Sherry?
I'll do it, don't vote, I wasn't in.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Madam Chair?
What?
Eric, our council attorney,
That's what I was just gonna say. Eric's in here.
Well, I'd rather go off the air because these are comments just for tribal council.
You guys want to go up there again?
Yeah, we should do Rosebud construction stuff first, then.
Yeah, can we get Gail done
right,
first, then we'll go
yeah.
back to it, please? All right, Gail.
Thank you for switching gals.
Gail and Gail.
Yeah. So what I bring in front of you today is a resolution to finish our construction on building 1. And we need to get this done. Kathy and Wayne have been helping me. We kind of waited a year for the money to get all put in our account and then it was shut down. So we're bringing this around. And today, the contractor, RCS Construction, who finished building 3. They came down, we're working on our final punch, and then they're also ready to move over to finish building 1. So that's what we worked on, and we'll be looking at amending their contract for building 3, finish building 1. And so they assessed it and they gave us the dollar amount. So it's in there. If you look at
Is it
this
5 million?
page. Yeah, it's, the total to finish is $7,151,639. So that's in the resolution, and the funding source is in there. But from working on this for a year, if you look at this paper, the pink column, the price difference went up to $110,000. So the longer we wait, the higher the construction costs will be. And we could, maybe have some more damage to the building with the weather. So that's why I'm here hoping that we get an approval from you. And it's not a raise, Bob. I've got a raise in there.
That's why she's been trying to get it here, because the longer she waits, the more the cost is going up, and with the tariffs, it's making the supplies go up even higher, so I told her to bring it and we would meet on it. I have Emily and then Tammy.
Okay. I was just wondering if somebody needed to bring it on. I was gonna bring it on, or
Yeah.
if Cowboy wanted, if it was underneath or top. But I was just gonna get it so we could vote on it.
Yeah, we need to have somebody bring it on.
And then the only question that I had was, you said if the funding was all identified in the resolution?
Yes.
Oh, that was my only question.
So are you willing to bring it on?
Okay, I'll say I'll second, but yeah.
Tammy, can your question wait till after this, or is
No, I
it?
was actually gonna say I can read it in if she needs.
Okay, thank you.
I will.
All right, I'll read it in if you guys do the motions.
All right, so motion for, emergency legislation. Tammy, second. Toltz. Question. Ben, all in favor of emergency legislation?
22610.
226. Oh,
13,
opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Emily, motion to approve 226-10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, me, Tammy. Sorry.
Motion to approve to 26-10.
Second. Cowboy. Go ahead, Tammy, read it in.
I'll start with the third whereas. A, K, and N, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has authorized a subordinate organization known as the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board to provide a legislative oversight of health services in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Reservation and health programs operated by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, including health administration. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enacted RSC Ordinance 9305, establishing the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Health Board to develop and coordinate all health and human service related programs and to improve the health and housing conditions under which people live on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has delegated the RST Health Board in the duty and responsibility to review all non-tribal health, human services, and home improvement negotiations, modifications of health, human services, and home improvement contracts and/or agreements with consultants and consultants firms with tribal council approval. And whereas RST Ordinance number 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and whereas the procurement policy and procedure requires purchases of goods and services over 10,000 and over to be approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the RC Social Services Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve an amendment to the existing construction contract with RCS Construction, Inc. to include and incorporate the Rosebud Child Care Center Building 1 construction completion in the amount of $7,151,639 in accordance with the list of special terms, exclusions, and clarifications on sole-based sources. Funding is from the CDF FY 2023 543.23 building construction, $1,954,639 and 551.100 CC daycare, 76,100 building construction, 197,000 and 551.200 construction CC daycare, 76,100 building construction, 5 million. And now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council hereby approves the recommendation of RC Social Services and approve the cost summary and to approve an amendment to the existing construction contract with RCS Construction.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, Inc. to include and incorporate the Rosebud Child Care Center Building 1 construction completion in the amount of $7,151,639 in accordance with the list of special terms, exclusions, and clarifications on a sole source basis. Funding is from the CD. That's the same. It's all the same wording.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that.
So it's just the front. Yeah. Okay. Question.
Discussion first. Did you want to say something? Or is it about this?
Well, Council, the resolution you have in front of you, it has health board referral. It should have been social services, so I'll have to change that. And I was discussing with Gail some of the other, the items for the exact amount of the total contract price will probably have to be amended, along with the resolution itself doesn't have the contract amendment attached to it. So hopefully the contract won't have any other provisions that require additional council approval once we get it. So what I'm saying is I haven't seen the contract amendment yet. So to approve the whole.
What does that mean exactly? Contract amendment.
It's an amendment to an existing contract, and Gail can explain that more, but if they're finished building, 1, right?
Yes, but the costs have went up for construction.
I understand that, yeah.
And so what he's saying is, we don't have those adjusted estimated cost quotes yet. So we can't do this without knowing. So my question is there a threshold as far as like, would we need to put a percentage of this amount in there?
Like a not to exceed?
Yeah, or if it's like a dramatic change, would we have to bring it all the way back? I'm just trying to, get it passed for her with a little bit of flexibility.
She has the correct amount.
She does? Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is,
You
if we don't have, since we don't have the contract amendment, I just worked with the information I was provided, so the contract itself the resolution may need to be amended in order to, if it requires additional council approval, for example, if there's like a provision on waiver of immunity or application of state law or some other issue that only council can approve, then we'd have to bring the resolution back.
Will this lock in your prices though? If we pass it, as in, does it at least lock in your prices, even though the rest of that's still working out?
Yes, so they were here today, and then they waited, and then they ended up going back. But they did give me a cost proposal, so you have it. That's it, it's just not all of the copies. But that's the cost proposal, and then for the structure, you have that cost proposal. So it equaled, it was originally the 7.2, but the money, when you add up what I have in finance, it was less, so they decreased their proposal, took it out of contingency. That's all that needs to be changed. But what he is doing is he's amending that contract. So Mike, your question, we have a contract on building 3. It's an amendment to that.
Yeah.
And they're going back.
RCS.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're going back to amend it, and they're not changing nothing, just adding, finishing building 1. So those questions he brought up about the, there's 2 things he brought up.
my curiosity and concern was whether or not, that wasn't a, we weren't talking about, agreement with, no, amendment.
No.
Yeah.
If there's no more discussion, I need a question. Chris? Oh, you made the motion. You made the
I know,
motion.
but I think it needs to say social services instead of health court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As amended.
As
As
amended,
amended.
yes.
I'm just gonna call for the question.
You seconded.
No, she.
Oh, you did?
Nobody did.
Oh, Cowboy did, all right. And Chris questioned.
Someone questioned it, that's all I know.
All in favor? I'm getting tired. Sherry's cold.
I know.
Can't drive.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Is there anything else?
I just have a quick statement. If anybody was taking notes today, our secretary informed me that the TLE drawdown resolution was actually 2609 instead of 2607. Thank you so much. So just in case anybody has notes out there.
All right, we'll recess until Tuesday.
Can I say something real quick to the public? You know, for our people at home, it's really important that if you see something, say something. We have too many things happening within our homes and in our families, and it's causing heartache. So please speak up. None of our young children and our young boys and girls should be being molested at home. There shouldn't be drugs and alcohol in our homes. We shouldn't have what's going on down there where we lost a loved one just the other day. And Savannah's still missing. We need to really start voicing and being loud, especially in our homes. You need to help us help you. Please, if you see something, say something for the sake of the future of our people. Thank you.
Tomorrow's 2-hour late start. However, if it gets worse tonight, tomorrow I will cancel work. For now, it's 2 hours. But White River and Titanic had school on Friday, St. Francis is on remote, so White River did cancel because of the weather. It's rare.
It's not here, so if anybody wants to take this one.
If anybody that's still listening, Allison been emailing the motion digest from 24 to 25. Start on 26.
That's it. I don't know if you guys seen this in your email, but that's what I thought Eric did earlier, and it's based on our treaty writing. Thank you. Here you go.
Years ago, man.
That's what I had to work on last week. And it's based on our treaty writing.